11th story Ilyas. There once lived, in the government of Ufa, a Bashkir named Ilyas. His father, who died a year after he had found his son a wife, did not leave him much property. Ilyas then had only 7 mares, 2 cows, and about a score of sheep. He was a good manager, however, and soon began to acquire more. He and his wife worked from morn till night, rising earlier than others and going later to bed, and his possessions increased year by year. Living in this way, Ilyas little by little acquired great wealth. At the end of 35 years he had 200 horses, 150 head of cattle, and 4,200 sheep. Hired labourers tended his flocks and herds, and hired women milked his mares and cows, and made kumis, butter and cheese. Ilyas had abundance of everything, and everyone in the district envied him. They said of him, "Ilyas is a fortunate man, he has plenty of everything. This world must be a pleasant place for him." People of position heard of Ilyas and sought his acquaintance. Visitors came to him from afar, and he welcomed everyone and gave them food and drink. Whoever might come, there was always kumis, tea, sherbet, and mutton to set before them. Whenever visitors arrived, a sheep would be killed, or sometimes 2. And if many guests came, he would even slaughter a mare for them. Ilyas had 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter, and he married them all off. While he was poor, his sons worked with him and looked after the flocks and herds themselves, but when he grew rich they got spoiled, and one of them took to drink. The eldest was killed in a brawl, and the younger, who had married a self-willed woman, ceased to obey his father, and they could not live together any more. So they parted, and Ilyas gave his son a house and some of the cattle. And this diminished his wealth. Soon after that, a disease broke out among Ilyas's sheep, and many died. Then followed a bad harvest, and the hay crop failed, and many cattle died that winter. Then the Kirghiz captured his best herd of horses, and Ilyas's property dwindled away. It became smaller and smaller, while at the same time his strength grew less, till, by the time he was 70 years old, he had begun to sell his furs, carpets, saddles, and tents. At last, he had to part with his remaining cattle, and found himself face to face with want. Before he knew how it had happened, he had lost everything, and in their old age he and his wife had to go into service. Ilyas had nothing left, except the clothes on his back, a fur cloak, a cup, his indoor shoes and overshoes, and his wife, Shemagi, who also was old by this time. The son who had parted from him had gone into a far country, and his daughter was dead, so that there was no one to help the old couple. Their neighbour Muhammad Shah took pity on them. Muhammad Shah was neither rich nor poor, but lived comfortably and was a good man. He remembered Ilyas's hospitality, and pitying him said, "Come and live with me, Ilyas, you and your old woman. In summer you can work in my melon garden as much as your strength allows, and in winter feed my cattle, and Shemagi shall milk my mares and make kumis. I will feed and clothe you both. When you need anything, tell me, and you shall have it." Ilyas thanked his neighbour, and he and his wife took service with Muhammad Shah as labourers. At first the position seemed hard to them, but they got used to it, and lived on, working as much as their strength allowed. Muhammad Shah found it was to his advantage to keep such people, because, having been masters themselves, they knew how to manage and were not lazy, but did all the work they could. Yet it grieved Muhammad Shah to see people brought so low who had been of such high standing. It happened once that some of Muhammad Shah's relatives came from a great distance to visit him, and a mullah came too. Muhammad Shah told Ilyas to catch a sheep and kill it. Ilyas skinned the sheep and boiled it and sent it in to the guests. The guests ate the mutton, had some tea, and then began drinking kumis. As they were sitting with their host on down cushions on a carpet, conversing and sipping kumis from their cups, Ilyas, having finished his work, passed by the open door. Muhammad Shah, seeing him pass, said to one of the guests, "Did you notice that old man who passed just now?" "Yes," said the visitor. "What is there remarkable about him?" "Only this, that he was once the richest man among us," replied the host. "His name is Ilyas. You may have heard of him." "Of course I have heard of him," the guest answered. "I never saw him before, but his fame has spread far and wide." "Yes, and now he has nothing left." said Muhammad Shah. "And he lives with me as my labourer, and his old woman is here too. She milks the mares." The guest was astonished. He clicked with his tongue, shook his head and said, "Fortune turns like a wheel. One man it lifts, another it sets down. Does not the old man grieve over all he has lost?" "Who can tell? He lives quietly and peacefully and works well." "May I speak to him?" asked the guest. "I should like to ask him about his life." "Why not?" replied the master, and he called from the kibitka in which they were sitting. "Babai," which in the Bashkir tongue means grandfather, "come in and have a cup of kumis with us, and call your wife here also." Ilyas entered with his wife, and after exchanging greetings with his master and the guests, he repeated a prayer and seated himself near the door. His wife passed in behind the curtain and sat down with her mistress. A cap of kumis was handed to Ilyas. He wished the guests and his master good health, bowed, drank a little, and put down the cup. "Well, Daddy," said the guest who had wished to speak to him, "I suppose you feel rather sad at the sight of us. It must remind you of your former prosperity and of your present sorrows." Ilyas smiled and said, "If I were to tell you what is happiness and what is misfortune, you would not believe me. You had better ask my wife. She is a woman, and what is in her heart is on her tongue. She will tell you the whole truth." The guest turned towards the curtain. "Well, Granny," he cried, "tell me how your former happiness compares with your present misfortune." And Shamshamagi answered from behind the curtain, "This is what I think about it. My old man and I lived for 50 years seeking happiness and not finding it, and it is only now, these last 2 years, since we had nothing left and have lived as labourers, that we have found real happiness, and we wish for nothing better than our present lot." The guests were astonished, and so was the master. He even rose and drew the curtain back, so as to see the old woman's face. There she stood with her arms folded, looking at her old husband and smiling, and he smiled back at her. The old woman went on, "I speak the truth and do not jest. For half a century we sought for happiness, and as long as we were rich we never found it. Now that we have nothing left, and have taken service as labourers, we have found such happiness that we want nothing better." "But in what does your happiness consist?" asked the guest. "Why, in this," she replied. "When we were rich, my husband and I had so many cares that we had no time to talk to one another, or to think of our souls, or to pray to God. Now we had visitors, and had to consider what food to set before them, and what presents to give them, lest they should speak ill of us. When they left, we had to look after our labourers who were always trying to shirk work and get the best food, while we wanted to get all we could out of them. So we sinned. Then we were in fear lest a wolf should kill a foal or a calf, or thieves steal our horses. We lay awake at night, worrying lest the ewes should overlie their lambs, and we got up again and again to see that all was well. One thing attended to, another care would spring up. How, for instance, to get enough fodder for the winter. And besides that, my old man and I used to disagree. He would say we must do so, and I would differ from him, and then we disputed, sinning again. So we passed from one trouble to another, from one sin to another, and found no happiness." "Well, and now?" "Now, when my husband and I wake in the morning, we always have a loving word for one another, and we live peacefully, having nothing to quarrel about. We have no care but how best to serve our master. We work as much as our strength allows and do it with a will, that our master may not lose but profit by us. When we come in, dinner or supper is ready, and there is kumis to drink. We have fuel to burn when it is cold, and we have our fur cloak, and we have time to talk, time to think of our souls, and time to pray. For 50 years we sought happiness, but only now at last have we found it." The guests laughed. But Ilyas said, "Do not laugh, friends. It is not a matter for jesting, it is the truth of life. We also were foolish at first, and wept at the loss of our wealth, but now God has shown us the truth, and we tell it, not for our own consolation, but for your good." And the mullah said, "That is a wise speech. Ilyas has spoken the exact truth. The same is said in Holy Writ." And the guests ceased laughing and became thoughtful.
Part 5. Folk Tales Retold. 12th Story. The Three Hermits, an old legend current in the Volga district. And in praying, use not vain repetitions, as the Gentiles do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. Be not therefore like unto them, for your Father knoweth what things ye have need of, before ye ask him. Matthew, chapter 6, 7 and 8. Bishop was sailing from Archangel to the Solovetsk Monastery, and on the same vessel were a number of pilgrims on their way to visit the shrines at that place. The voyage was a smooth one, the wind favorable, and the weather fair. The pilgrims lay on deck, eating, or sat in groups talking to one another. The bishop, too, came on deck, and as he was pacing up and down, he noticed a group of men standing near the prow and listening to a fisherman who was pointing to the sea and telling them something. The bishop stopped and looked in the direction in which the man was pointing. He could see nothing, however, but the sea glistening in the sunshine. He drew nearer to listen, but when the man saw him, he took off his cap and was silent. The rest of the people also took off their caps and bowed. "Do not let me disturb you, friends," said the bishop. "I came to hear what this good man was saying." "The fisherman was telling us about the hermits," replied one, a tradesman, rather bolder than the rest. "What hermits?" asked the bishop, going to the side of the vessel and seating himself on a box. "Tell me about them. I should like to hear. What were you pointing at?" "Why, that little island you can just see over there," answered the man, pointing to a spot ahead and a little to the right. "That is the island where the hermits live for the salvation of their souls." "Where is the island?" asked the bishop. "I see nothing. There in the distance, if you will please look along my hand. Do you see that little cloud? Below it and a bit to the left there is just a faint streak. That is the island." The bishop looked carefully, but his unaccustomed eyes could make out nothing but the water shimmering in the sun. "I cannot see it," he said. "But who are the hermits that live there?" "They are holy men," answered the fisherman. "I had long heard tell of them, but never chanced to see them myself till the year before last." And the fisherman related how once, when he was out fishing, he had been stranded at night upon that island, not knowing where he was. In the morning, as he wandered about the island, he came across an earth hut and met an old man standing near it. Presently 2 others came out, and after having fed him and dried his things, they helped him mend his boat. "And what are they like?" asked the bishop. "One is a small man, and his back is bent. He wears a priest's cassock and is very old. He must be more than 100, I should say. He is so old that the white of his beard is taking a greenish tinge, but he is always smiling, and his face is as bright as an angel's from heaven. The second is taller, but he also is very old. He wears tattered peasant coat. His beard is broad and of a yellowish-gray color. He is a strong man. Before I had time to help him, he turned my boat over as if it were only a pail. He, too, is kindly and cheerful. The third is tall and has a beard as white as snow and reaching to his knees. He is stern, with overhanging eyebrows, and he wears nothing but a mat tied round his waist." "And did they speak to you?" asked the bishop. For the most part they did everything in silence and spoke but little even to one another. One of them would just give a glance, and the others would understand him. I asked the tallest whether they had lived there long. He frowned and muttered something as if he were angry, but the oldest one took his hand and smiled, and then the tall one was quiet. The oldest one only said, "Have mercy upon us," and smiled. While the fisherman was talking, the ship had drawn nearer to the island. "There, now you can see it plainly, if your grace will please to look," said the tradesman, pointing with his hand. The bishop looked, and now he really saw a dark streak, which was the island. Having looked at it a while, he left the prow of the vessel, and going to the stern, asked the helmsman, "What island is that?" "That one," replied the man, "has no name. There are many such in this sea." "Is it true that there are hermits who live there for the salvation of their souls?" "So it is said, your grace, but I don't know if it's true. Fishermen say they have seen them, but of course they may only be spinning yarns." "I should like to land on the island and see these men," said the bishop. "How could I manage it?" "The ship cannot get close to the island," replied the helmsman, "but you might be rowed there in a boat. You had better speak to the captain." The captain was sent for and came. "I should like to see these hermits," said the bishop. "Could I not be rowed ashore?" The captain tried to dissuade him. "Of course it could be done," said he, "but we should lose much time, and if I might venture to say so to your grace, the old men are not worth your pains. I have heard say that they are foolish old fellows who understand nothing and never speak a word, any more than the fish in the sea." "I wish to see them," said the bishop, "and I will pay you for your trouble and loss of time. Please, let me have a boat." There was no help for it, so the order was given. The sailors trimmed the sails, the steersman put up the helm, and the ship's course was set for the island. A chair was placed at the prow for the bishop, and he sat there, looking ahead. The passengers all collected at the prow and gazed at the island. Those who had the sharpest eyes could presently make out the rocks on it, and then a mud hut was seen. At last one man saw the hermits themselves. The captain brought a telescope and, after looking through it, handed it to the bishop. "It's right enough. There are 3 men standing on the shore, there, a little to the right of that big rock." The bishop took the telescope, got it into position, and he saw the 3 men, a tall one, a shorter one, and one very small and bent. Standing on the shore and holding each other by the hand, the captain turned to the bishop. "The vessel can get no nearer in than this, your grace. If you wish to go ashore, we must ask you to go in the boat while we anchor here." The cable was quickly let out, the anchor cast, and the sails furled. There was a jerk, and the vessel shook. Then a boat having been lowered, the oarsman jumped in, and the bishop descended the ladder and took his seat. The men pulled at their oars, and the boat moved rapidly towards the island. When they came within a stone's throw, they saw 3 old men, a tall one with only a mat tied round his waist, a shorter one in a tattered peasant coat, and a very old one bent with age and wearing an old cassock, all 3 standing hand in hand. The oarsman pulled in to the shore and held on with the boat-hook, while the bishop got out. The old men bowed to him, and he gave them his benediction, at which they bowed still lower. Then the bishop began to speak to them. "I have heard," he said, "that you, godly men, live here saving your own souls, and praying to our Lord Christ for your fellow men. I, an unworthy servant of Christ, am called, by God's mercy, to keep and teach his flock. I wish to see you, servants of God, and to do what I can to teach you also." The old men looked at each other smiling, but remained silent. "Tell me," said the bishop, "what you are doing to save your souls, and how you serve God on this island." The second hermit sighed, and looked at the oldest, the very ancient one. The latter smiled and said, "We do not know how to serve God. We only serve and support ourselves, servant of God." "But how do you pray to God?" asked the bishop. "We pray in this way," replied the hermit. "Three are ye, 3 are we, have mercy upon us." And when the old man said this, all 3 raised their eyes to heaven and repeated, "3 are ye, 3 are we, have mercy upon us." The bishop smiled. "You have evidently heard something about the Holy Trinity," said he. "But you do not pray aright. You have won my affection, godly men. I see you wish to please the Lord, but you do not know how to serve him. That is not the way to pray, but listen to me, and I will teach you. I will teach you, not a way of my own, but the way in which God in the Holy Scriptures has commanded all men to pray to him." And the bishop began explaining to the hermits how God had revealed himself to men, telling them of God the Father, and God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. "God the Son came down on earth," said he, "to save men, and this is how he taught us all to pray. Listen and repeat after me. Our Father." And the first old man repeated after him, "Our Father." And the second said, "Our Father." And the third said, "Our Father." "Which art in heaven," continued the bishop. The first hermit repeated, "Which art in heaven?" But the second blundered over the words, and the tall hermit could not say them properly. His hair had grown over his mouth so that he could not speak plainly. The very old hermit, having no teeth, also mumbled indistinctly. The bishop repeated the words again, and the old men repeated them after him. The bishop sat down on a stone, and the old men stood before him, watching his mouth, and repeating the words as he uttered them. And all day long the bishop labored, saying a word 20, 30, 100 times over, and the old men repeated it after him. They blundered, and he corrected them, and made them begin again. The bishop did not leave off till he had taught them the whole of the Lord's Prayer, so that they could not only repeat it after him, but could say it by themselves. The middle one was the first to know it, and to repeat the whole of it alone. The bishop made him say it again and again, and at last the others could say it too. It was getting dark, and the moon was appearing over the water, before the bishop rose to return to the vessel. When he took leave of the old men, they all bowed down to the ground before him. He raised them and kissed each of them, telling them to pray as he had taught them. Then he got into the boat and returned to the ship. And as he sat in the boat and was rowed to the ship, he could hear the 3 voices of the hermits loudly repeating the Lord's Prayer. As the boat drew near the vessel, their voices could no longer be heard, but they could still be seen in the moonlight, standing as he had left them on the shore, the shortest in the middle, the tallest on the right, the middle one on the left. As soon as the bishop had reached the vessel and got on board, the anchor was weighed, and the sails unfurled. The wind filled them, and the ship sailed away, and the bishop took a seat in the stern and watched the island they had left. For a time he could still see the hermits, but presently they disappeared from sight, though the island was still visible. At last it too vanished, and only the sea was to be seen, rippling in the moonlight. The pilgrims lay down to sleep, and all was quiet on deck. The bishop did not wish to sleep, but sat alone at the stern, gazing at the sea where the island was no longer visible, and thinking of the good old men. He thought how pleased they had been to learn the Lord's Prayer, and he thanked God for having sent him to teach and help such godly men. So the bishop sat thinking and gazing at the sea where the island had disappeared, and the moonlight flickered before his eyes, sparkling now here, now there, upon the waves. Suddenly he saw something white and shining on the bright path which the moon cast across the sea. Was it a seagull, or the little gleaming sail of some small boat? The bishop fixed his eyes on it, wondering. It must be a boat sailing after us, thought he, but it is overtaking us very rapidly. It was far, far away a minute ago, but now it is much nearer. It cannot be a boat, for I can see no sail, but whatever it may be, it is following us and catching us up. And he could not make out what it was, not a boat, nor a bird, nor a fish. It was too large for a man, and besides a man could not be out there in the midst of the sea. The bishop rose and said to the helmsman, "Look there, what is that, my friend? What is it?" The bishop repeated, though he could now see plainly what it was, the 3 hermits running upon the water, all gleaming white, their grey beards shining, and approaching the ship as quickly as though it were not morning. The steersman looked and let go the helm in terror. "O Lord, the hermits are running after us on the water as though it were dry land." The passengers, hearing him, jumped up and crowded to the stern. They saw the hermits coming along hand in hand, and the 2 outer ones beckoning the ship to stop. All 3 were gliding along upon the water without moving their feet. Before the ship could be stopped, the hermits had reached it, and raising their heads, all 3, as with one voice, began to say, "We have forgotten your teaching, servant of God." As long as we kept repeating it, we remembered, but when we stopped saying it for a time, a word dropped out, and now it has all gone to pieces. We can remember nothing of it. Teach us again. The bishop crossed himself and, leaning over the ship's side, said, "Your own prayer will reach the Lord, men of God. It is not for me to teach you. Pray for us sinners." And the bishop bowed low before the old men, and they turned and went back across the sea. And a light shone until daybreak on the spot where they were lost to sight.
13th story, The Imp and the Crust. A poor peasant set out early one morning to plough, taking with him for his breakfast a crust of bread. He got his plow ready, wrapped the bread in his coat, put it under a bush, and set to work. After a while, when his horse was tired and he was hungry, the peasant fixed the plow, let the horse loose to graze, and went to get his coat and his breakfast. He lifted the coat, but the bread was gone. He looked and looked, turned the coat over, shook it out, but the bread was gone. The peasant could not make this out at all. "That's strange," thought he. "I saw no one, but all the same, someone has been here and has taken the bread." It was an imp who had stolen the bread while the peasant was plowing, and at that moment he was sitting behind the bush, waiting to hear the peasant swear and call on the devil. The peasant was sorry to lose his breakfast, but "It can't be helped," said he. "After all, I shan't die of hunger. No doubt whoever took the bread needed it. May it do him good." And he went to the well, had a drink of water, and rested a bit. Then he caught his horse, harnessed it, and began plowing again. The imp was crestfallen at not having made the peasant sin, and he went to report what had happened to the devil, his master. He came to the devil and told how he had taken the peasant's bread, and how the peasant, instead of cursing, had said, "May it do him good." The devil was angry and replied, "If the man got the better of you, it was your own fault. You don't understand your business. If the peasants and their wives after them take to that sort of thing, it will be all up with us. The matter can't be left like that. Go back at once," said he, "and put things right. If in 3 years you don't get the better of that peasant, I'll have you ducked in holy water." The imp was frightened. He scampered back to earth, thinking how he could redeem his fault. He thought, and at last hit upon a good plan. He turned himself into a laboring man, and went and took service with the poor peasant. The first year he advised the peasant to sow corn in a marshy place. The peasant took his advice and sowed in the marsh. The year turned out a very dry one, and the crops of the other peasants were all scorched by the sun. But the poor peasant's corn grew thick and tall and full-eared. Not only had he grain enough to last him for the whole year, but he had much left over besides. The next year the imp advised the peasant to sow on the hill, and it turned out a wet summer. Other people's corn was beaten down and rotted, and the ears did not fill. But the peasant's crop, up on the hill, was a fine one. He had more grain left over than before, so that he did not know what to do with it all. Then the imp showed the peasant how he could mash the grain and distill spirit from it, and the peasant made strong drink and began to drink it himself and to give it to his friends. So the imp went to the devil, his master, and boasted that he had made up for his failure. The devil said that he would come and see for himself how the case stood. He came to the peasant's house and saw that the peasant had invited his well-to-do neighbors and was treating them to drink. His wife was offering the drink to the guests, and as she handed it round, she tumbled against the table and spilt a glassful. The peasant was angry and scolded his wife. "What do you mean, you slut? Do you think it's ditch water, you cripple, that you must go pouring good stuff like that over the floor?" The imp nudged the devil, his master, with his elbow. "See," said he, "that's the man who did not grudge his last crust." The peasant, still railing at his wife, began to carry the drink round himself. Just then a poor peasant returning from work came in uninvited. He greeted the company, sat down, and saw that they were drinking. Tired with his day's work, he felt that he too would like a drop. He sat, and his mouth kept watering, but the host, instead of offering him any, only muttered, "I can't find drink for everyone who comes along." This pleased the devil, but the imp chuckled and said, "Wait a bit, there's more to come yet." The rich peasants drank, and their host drank too, and they began to make false, oily speeches to one another. The devil listened and praised the imp. "If," said he, "the drink makes them so foxy that they begin to cheat each other, they will soon all be in our hands." "Wait for what's coming," said the imp. "Let them have another glass all round. Now they are like foxes, wagging their tails and trying to get round one another. But presently you will see them like savage wolves." The peasants had another glass each, and their talk became wilder and rougher. Instead of oily speeches, they began to abuse and snarl at one another. Soon they took to fighting and punched one another's noses. And the host joined in the fight, and he too got well beaten. The devil looked on and was much pleased at all this. "This is first rate," said he. But the imp replied, "Wait a bit, the best is yet to come. Wait till they have had a third glass. Now they are raging like wolves, but let them have one more glass, and they will be like swine." The peasants had their third glass and became quite like brutes. They muttered and shouted, not knowing why, and not listening to one another. Then the party began to break up. Some went alone, some in twos, and some in threes, all staggering down the street. The host went out to speed his guests, but he fell on his nose into a puddle, smeared himself from top to toe, and lay there grunting like a hog. This pleased the devil still more. "Well," said he, "you have hit on a first-rate drink, and have quite made up for your blunder about the bread. But now tell me how this drink is made. You must first have put in fox's blood. That was what made the peasants sly as foxes. Then, I suppose, you added wolf's blood. That is what made them fierce like wolves. And you must have finished off with swine's blood to make them behave like swine." "No," said the imp. "That was not the way I did it. All I did was to see that the peasant had more corn than he needed. The blood of the beasts is always in man, but as long as he has only enough corn for his needs, it is kept in bounds. While that was the case, the peasant did not grudge his last crust. But when he had corn left over, he looked for ways of getting pleasure out of it, and I showed him a pleasure, drinking. And when he began to turn God's good gifts into spirits for his own pleasure, the fox's, wolf's, and swine's blood in him all came out. If only he goes on drinking, he will always be a beast." The devil praised the imp, forgave him for his former blunder, and advanced him to a post of high honor.
14th story, How Much Land Does a Man Need? An elder sister came to visit her younger sister in the country. The elder was married to a tradesman in town, the younger to a peasant in the village. As the sisters sat over their tea talking, the elder began to boast of the advantages of town life, saying how comfortably they lived there, how well they dressed, what fine clothes her children wore, what good things they ate and drank, and how she went to the theatre, promenades, and entertainments. The younger sister was piqued, and in turn disparaged the life of a tradesman, and stood up for that of a peasant. "I would not change my way of life for yours," said she. "We may live roughly, but at least we are free from anxiety. You live in better style than we do, but though you often earn more than you need, you are very likely to lose all you have. You know the proverb, 'Loss and gain are brothers twain.' It often happens that people who are wealthy one day are begging their bread the next. Our way is safer. Though a peasant's life is not a fat one, it is a long one. We shall never grow rich, but we shall always have enough to eat." The elder sister said sneeringly, "Enough. Yes, if you like to share with the pigs and the calves. What do you know of elegance or manners? However much your goodman may slave, you will die as you are living, on a dung heap, and your children the same." "Well, what of that?" replied the younger. "Of course our work is rough and coarse, but on the other hand it is sure, and we need not bow to anyone. But you in your towns are surrounded by temptations. Today all may be right, but tomorrow the evil one may tempt your husband with cards, wine, or women, and all will go to ruin. Don't such things happen often enough?" Pahom, the master of the house, was lying on the top of the oven, and he listened to the women's chatter. "It is perfectly true," thought he. "Busy as we are from childhood tilling Mother Earth, we peasants have no time to let any nonsense settle in our heads. Our only trouble is that we haven't land enough. If I had plenty of land, I shouldn't fear the devil himself." The women finished their tea, chatted a while about dress, and then cleared away the tea things and lay down to sleep. But the devil had been sitting behind the oven and had heard all that was said. He was pleased that the peasant's wife had led her husband into boasting, and that he had said that if he had plenty of land, he would not fear the devil himself. All right, thought the devil. We will have a tussle. I'll give you land enough, and by means of that land, I will get you into my power. Close to the village, there lived a lady, a small landowner, who had an estate of about 300 acres. She had always lived on good terms with the peasants until she engaged as her steward an old soldier who took to burdening the people with fines. However careful Pahom tried to be, it happened again and again that now a horse of his got among the lady's oats, now a cow strayed into her garden, now his calves found their way into her meadows, and he always had to pay a fine. Pahom paid up, but grumbled, and going home in a temper, was rough with his family. All through that summer, Pahom had much trouble because of this steward, and he was even glad when winter came and the cattle had to be stabled, though he grudged the fodder when they could no longer graze on the pasture land. At least he was free from anxiety about them. In the winter, the news got about that the lady was going to sell her land and that the keeper of the inn on the high road was bargaining for it. When the peasants heard this, they were very much alarmed. Well, thought they, if the innkeeper gets the land, he will worry us with fines worse than the lady's steward. We all depend on that estate. So the peasants went on behalf of their commune and asked the lady not to sell the land to the innkeeper, offering her a better price for it themselves. The lady agreed to let them have it. Then the peasants tried to arrange for the commune to buy the whole estate so that it might be held by them all in common. They met twice to discuss it, but could not settle the matter. The evil one sowed discord among them, and they could not agree. So they decided to buy the land individually, each according to his means, and the lady agreed to this plan as she had to the other. Presently Pahom heard that a neighbor of his was buying 50 acres, and that the lady had consented to accept one half in cash, and to wait a year for the other half. Pahom felt envious. Look at that, thought he. The land is all being sold, and I shall get none of it. So he spoke to his wife. Other people are buying, said he, and we must also buy 20 acres or so. Life is becoming impossible. That steward is simply crushing us with his fines. So they put their heads together and considered how they could manage to buy it. They had 100 rubles laid by. They sold a colt and one half of their bees, hired out one of their sons as a labourer, and took his wages in advance, borrowed the rest from a brother-in-law, and so scraped together half the purchase money. Having done this, Pahom chose out a farm of 40 acres, some of it wooded, and went to the lady to bargain for it. They came to an agreement, and he shook hands with her upon it, and paid her a deposit in advance. Then they went to town and signed the deeds, he paying half the price down and undertaking to pay the remainder within 2 years. So now Pahom had land of his own. He borrowed seed and sowed it on the land he had bought. The harvest was a good one, and within a year he had managed to pay off his debts both to the lady and to his brother-in-law. So he became a landowner, ploughing and sowing his own land, making hay on his own land, cutting his own trees, and feeding his cattle on his own pasture. When he went out to plough his fields, or to look at his growing corn, or at his grass meadows, his heart would fill with joy. The grass that grew and the flowers that bloomed there seemed to him unlike any that grew elsewhere. Formerly, when he had passed by that land, it had appeared the same as any other land, but now it seemed quite different. So Pahom was well contented, and everything would have been right if the neighbouring peasants would only not have trespassed on his cornfields and meadows. He appealed to them most civilly, but they still went on. Now the communal herdsman would let the village cows stray into his meadows. Then horses from the night pasture would get among his corn. Pahom turned them out again and again and forgave their owners, and for a long time he forbore from prosecuting anyone. But at last he lost patience and complained to the district court. He knew it was the peasants' want of land, and no evil intent on their part, that caused the trouble. But he thought, I cannot go on overlooking it, or they will destroy all I have. They must be taught a lesson. So he had them up, gave them one lesson and then another, and 2 or 3 of the peasants were fined. After a time, Pahom's neighbours began to bear him a grudge for this, and would now and then let their cattle onto his land on purpose. One peasant even got into Pahom's wood at night and cut down 5 young lime trees for their bark. Pahom, passing through the wood one day, noticed something white. He came nearer and saw the stripped trunks lying on the ground, and close by stood the stumps where the trees had been. Pahom was furious. If he had only cut one here and there, it would have been bad enough, thought Pahom. But the rascal has actually cut down a whole clump. If I could only find out who did this, I would pay him out. He racked his brains as to who it could be. Finally, he decided, it must be Simon. No one else could have done it. So he went to Simon's homestead to have a look round. But he found nothing, and only had an angry scene. However, he now felt more certain than ever that Simon had done it, and he lodged a complaint. Simon was summoned. The case was tried and retried, and at the end of it all, Simon was acquitted, there being no evidence against him. Pahom felt still more aggrieved, and let his anger loose upon the elder and the judges. "You let thieves grease your palms," said he. "If you were honest folk yourselves, you would not let a thief go free." So Pahom quarrelled with the judges and with his neighbours. Threats to burn his building began to be uttered. So though Pahom had more land, his place in the commune was much worse than before. About this time, a rumour got about that many people were moving to new parts. "There's no need for me to leave my land," thought Pahom. "But some of the others might leave our village, and then there would be more room for us. I would take over their land myself and make my estate a bit bigger. I could then live more at ease. As it is, I'm still too cramped to be comfortable." One day Pahom was sitting at home when a peasant passing through the village happened to call in. He was allowed to stay the night, and supper was given him. Pahom had a talk with this peasant and asked him where he came from. The stranger answered that he came from beyond the Volga, where he had been working. One word led to another, and the man went on to say that many people were settling in those parts. He told how some people from his village had settled there. They had joined the commune and had had 25 acres per man granted them. The land was so good, he said, that the rye sown on it grew as high as a horse, and so thick that 5 cuts of a sickle made a sheaf. One peasant, he said, had brought nothing with him but his bare hands, and now he had 6 horses and 2 cows of his own. Pahom's heart kindled with desire. He thought, "Why should I suffer in this narrow hole if one can live so well elsewhere? I will sell my land and my homestead here, and with the money I will start afresh over there and get everything new. In this crowded place one is always having trouble, but I must first go and find out all about it myself." Towards summer, he got ready and started. He went down the Volga on a steamer to Samara, then walked another 300 miles on foot, and at last reached the place. It was just as the stranger had said. The peasants had plenty of land. Every man had 25 acres of communal land given him for his use, and anyone who had money could buy. Besides, at 2 shillings an acre, as much good freehold land as he wanted. Having found out all he wished to know, Pahom returned home as autumn came on and began selling off his belongings. He sold his land at a profit, sold his homestead and all his cattle, and withdrew from membership of the commune. He only waited till the spring, and then started with his family for the new settlement. As soon as Pahom and his family arrived at their new abode, he applied for admission into the commune of a large village. He stood treat to the elders and obtained the necessary documents. 5 shares of communal land were given him for his own and his son's use, that is to say, 125 acres, not all together but in different fields, besides the use of the communal pasture. Pahom put up the buildings he needed and bought cattle. Of the communal land alone he had 3 times as much as at his former home, and the land was good corn land. He was 10 times better off than he had been. He had plenty of arable land and pasturage, and could keep as many head of cattle as he liked. At first, in the bustle of building and settling down, Pahom was pleased with it all, but when he got used to it, he began to think that even here he had not enough land. The first year he sowed wheat on his share of the communal land, and had a good crop. He wanted to go on sowing wheat, but had not enough communal land for the purpose, and what he had already used was not available. For in those parts wheat is only sown on virgin soil or on fallow land. It is sown for 1 or 2 years, and then the land lies fallow till it is again overgrown with prairie grass. There were many who wanted such land, and there was not enough for all, so that people quarrelled about it. Those who were better off wanted it for growing wheat, and those who were poor wanted it to let to dealers so that they might raise money to pay their taxes. Pahom wanted to sow more wheat, so he rented land from a dealer for a year. He sowed much wheat and had a fine crop, but the land was too far from the village. The wheat had to be carted more than 10 miles. After a time, Pahom noticed that some peasant dealers were living on separate farms and were growing wealthy, and he thought, if I were to buy some freehold land and have a homestead on it, it would be a different thing altogether. Then it would all be nice and compact. The question of buying freehold land recurred to him again and again. He went on in the same way for 3 years, renting land and sowing wheat. The seasons turned out well and the crops were good, so that he began to lay money by. He might have gone on living contentedly, but he grew tired of having to rent other people's land every year and having to scramble for it. Wherever there was good land to be had, the peasants would rush for it, and it was taken up at once, so that unless you were sharp about it, you got none. It happened in the 3rd year that he and a dealer together rented a piece of pasture land from some peasants, and they had already ploughed it up when there was some dispute, and the peasants went to law about it, and things fell out so that the labour was all lost. If it were my own land, thought Pahom, I should be independent, and there would not be all this unpleasantness. So Pahom began looking out for land which he could buy, and he came across a peasant who had bought 1,300 acres, but having got into difficulties was willing to sell again cheap. Pahom bargained and haggled with him, and at last they settled the price at 1,500 rubles, part in cash, and part to be paid later. They had all but clinched the matter when a passing dealer happened to stop at Pahom's one day to get a feed for his horses. He drank tea with Pahom, and they had a talk. The dealer said that he was just returning from the land of the Bashkirs far away, where he had bought 13,000 acres of land, all for 1,000 rubles. Pahom questioned him further, and the tradesman said, all one need do is to make friends with the chiefs. I gave away about 100 rubles worth of dressing gowns and carpets besides a case of tea, and I gave wine to those who would drink it. And I got the land for less than 2p an acre. And he showed Pahom the title deeds, saying, the land lies near a river, and the whole prairie is virgin soil. Pahom plied him with questions, and the tradesman said, there is more land there than you could cover if you walked a year, and it all belongs to the Bashkirs. They are as simple as sheep, and land can be got almost for nothing. There now, thought Pahom, with my 1,000 rubles, why should I get only 1,300 acres and saddle myself with a debt besides? If I take it out there, I can get more than 10 times as much for the money. Pahom inquired how to get to the place, and as soon as the tradesman had left him, he prepared to go there himself. He left his wife to look after the homestead and started on his journey, taking his man with him. They stopped at a town on their way and bought a case of tea, some wine and other presents, as the tradesman had advised. On and on they went until they had gone more than 300 miles, and on the 7th day they came to a place where the Bashkirs had pitched their tents. It was all just as the tradesman had said. The people lived on the steppes, by a river, in felt-covered tents. They neither tilled the ground, nor ate bread. Their cattle and horses grazed in herds on the steppe, The colts were tethered behind the tents, and the mares were driven to them twice a day. The mares were milked, and from the milk, kumis was made. It was the women who prepared kumis, and they also made cheese. As far as the men were concerned, drinking kumis and tea, eating mutton, and playing on their pipes was all they cared about. They were all stout and merry, and all the summer long they never thought of doing any work. They were quite ignorant and knew no Russian, but were good-natured enough. As soon as they saw Pahom, they came out of their tents and gathered round their visitor. An interpreter was found, and Pahom told them he had come about some land. The Bashkirs seemed very glad they took Pahom and led him into one of the best tents, where they made him sit on some down cushions placed on a carpet, while they sat round him. They gave him tea and kumis, and had a sheep killed, and gave him mutton to eat. Pahom took presents out of his cart and distributed them among the Bashkirs, and divided amongst them the tea. The Bashkirs were delighted. They talked a great deal among themselves and then told the interpreter to translate. "They wish to tell you," said the interpreter, "that they like you, and that it is our custom to do all we can to please a guest and to repay him for his gifts. You have given us presents, now tell us which of the things we possess please you best, that we may present them to you." "What pleases me best here," answered Pahom, "is your land. Our land is crowded, and the soil is exhausted. But you have plenty of land, and it is good land. I never saw the like of it." The interpreter translated. The Bashkirs talked among themselves for a while. Pahom could not understand what they were saying, but saw that they were much amused, and that they shouted and laughed. Then they were silent, and looked at Pahom, while the interpreter said, "They wish me to tell you that in return for your presents, they will gladly give you as much land as you want. You have only to point it out with your hand, and it is yours." The Bashkirs talked again for a while and began to dispute. Pahom asked what they were disputing about, and the interpreter told him that some of them thought they ought to ask their chief about the land and not act in his absence, while others thought there was no need to wait for his return. While the Bashkirs were disputing, a man in a large fox fur cap appeared on the scene. They all became silent and rose to their feet. The interpreter said, "This is our chief himself." Pahom immediately fetched the best dressing gown and 5 pounds of tea and offered these to the chief. The chief accepted them and seated himself in the place of honor. The Bashkirs at once began telling him something. The chief listened for a while, then made a sign with his head for them to be silent, and addressing himself to Pahom, said in Russian, "Well, let it be so. Choose whatever piece of land you like. We have plenty of it." "How can I take as much as I like?" thought Pahom. "I must get a deed to make it secure, or else they may say, 'It is yours,' and afterwards may take it away again." "Thank you for your kind words," he said aloud. "You have much land, and I only want a little. But I should like to be sure which bit is mine. Could it not be measured and made over to me? Life and death are in God's hands. You good people give it to me, but your children might wish to take it away again." "You are quite right," said the chief. "We will make it over to you." "I heard that a dealer had been here," continued Pahom, "and that you gave him a little land too, and signed title deeds to that effect. I should like to have it done in the same way." The chief understood. "Yes," replied he, "that can be done quite easily. We have a scribe, and we will go to town with you and have the deed properly sealed." "And what will be the price?" asked Pahom. "Our price is always the same, 1,000 rubles a day." Pahom did not understand. "A day? What measure is that? How many acres would that be?" "We do not know how to reckon it out," said the chief. "We sell it by the day. As much as you can go round on your feet in a day is yours, and the price is 1,000 rubles a day." Pahom was surprised. "But in a day you can get round a large tract of land," he said. The chief laughed. "It will all be yours," said he. "But there is one condition. If you don't return on the same day to the spot whence you started, your money is lost." "But how am I to mark the way that I have gone?" "Why, we shall go to any spot you like, and stay there. You must start from that spot and make your round, taking a spade with you. Wherever you think necessary, make a mark. At every turning, dig a hole and pile up the turf. Then afterwards, we will go round with a plough from hole to hole. You may make as large a circuit as you please, but before the sun sets, you must return to the place you started from. All the land you cover will be yours." Pahom was delighted. It was decided to start early next morning. They talked a while, and after drinking some more kumis and eating some more mutton, they had tea again, and then the night came on. They gave Pahom a feather bed to sleep on, and the Bashkirs dispersed for the night, promising to assemble the next morning at daybreak and ride out before sunrise to the appointed spot. Pahom lay on the feather bed, but could not sleep. He kept thinking about the land. "What a large tract I will mark off," thought he. "I can easily do 35 miles in a day. The days are long now, and within a circuit of 35 miles, what a lot of land there will be. I will sell the poorer land, or let it to peasants, but I'll pick out the best and farm it. I will buy 2 ox teams and hire 2 more labourers. About 150 acres shall be plough land, and I will pasture cattle on the rest." Pahom lay awake all night and dozed off only just before dawn. Hardly were his eyes closed when he had a dream. He thought he was lying in that same tent and heard somebody chuckling outside. He wondered who it could be, and rose and went out, and he saw the Bashkir chief sitting in front of the tent, holding his sides and rolling about with laughter. Going nearer to the chief, Pahom asked, "What are you laughing at?" But he saw that it was no longer the chief, but the dealer who had recently stopped at his house and had told him about the land. Just as Pahom was going to ask, "Have you been here long?" he saw that it was not the dealer but the peasant who had come up from the Volga long ago to Pahom's old home. Then he saw that it was not the peasant either, but the devil himself with hooves and horns sitting there and chuckling, and before him lay a man barefoot, prostrate on the ground, with only trousers and a shirt on. And Pahom dreamt that he looked more attentively to see what sort of a man it was that was lying there, and he saw that the man was dead and that it was himself. He awoke horror-struck. "What things one does dream," thought he. Looking round, he saw through the open door that the dawn was breaking. "It's time to wake them up," thought he. "We ought to be starting." He got up, roused his man, who was sleeping in his cart, bade him harness, and went to call the Bashkirs. "It's time to go to the steppe to measure the land," he said. The Bashkirs rose and assembled, and the chief came too. Then they began drinking kumis again and offered Pahom some tea, but he would not wait. "If we are to go, let us go. It is high time," said he. The Bashkirs got ready, and they all started, some mounted on horses and some in carts. Pahom drove in his own small cart with his servant and took a spade with him. When they reached the steppe, the morning red was beginning to kindle. They ascended a hillock called by the Bashkirs a shikan, and dismounting from their carts and their horses, gathered in one spot. The chief came up to Pahom and stretching out his arm towards the plain. "See," said he, "all this, as far as your eye can reach, is ours. You may have any part of it you like." Pahom's eyes glistened. It was all virgin soil, as flat as the palm of your hand, as black as the seed of a poppy, and in the hollows different kinds of grasses grew breast high. The chief took off his fox fur cap, placed it on the ground, and said, "This will be the mark. Start from here and return here again. All the land you go round shall be yours." Pahom took out his money and put it on the cap. Then he took off his outer coat, remaining in his sleeveless undercoat. He unfastened his girdle and tied it tight below his stomach, put a little bag of bread into the breast of his coat, and tying a flask of water to his girdle, he drew up the tops of his boots, took the spade from his man, and stood ready to start. He considered for some moments which way he had better go. It was tempting everywhere. "No matter," he concluded, "I will go towards the rising sun." He turned his face to the east, stretched himself, and waited for the sun to appear above the rim. I must lose no time, he thought, and it is easier walking while it is still cool. The sun's rays had hardly flashed above the horizon before Pahom, carrying the spade over his shoulder, went down into the steppe. Pahom started walking neither slowly nor quickly. After having gone 1,000 yards, he stopped, dug a hole, and placed pieces of turf one on another to make it more visible. Then he went on, and now that he had walked off his stiffness, he quickened his pace. After a while he dug another hole. Pahom looked back. The hillock could be distinctly seen in the sunlight, with the people on it and the glittering tires of the cartwheels. At a rough guess, Pahom concluded that he had walked 3 miles. It was growing warmer. He took off his undercoat, flung it across his shoulder, and went on again. It had grown quite warm now. He looked at the sun. It was time to think of breakfast. The first shift is done, but there are 4 in a day, and it is too soon yet to turn. But I will just take off my boots, said he to himself. He sat down, took off his boots, stuck them into his girdle, and went on. It was easy walking now. I will go on for another 3 miles, thought he, and then turned to the left. This spot is so fine that it would be a pity to lose it. The further one goes, the better the land seems. He went straight on for a while, and when he looked round, the hillock was scarcely visible, and the people on it looked like black ants, and he could just see something glistening there in the sun. Ah, thought Pahom, I have gone far enough in this direction. It is time to turn. Besides, I am in a regular sweat and very thirsty. He stopped, dug a large hole, and heaped up pieces of turf. Next he untied his flask, had a drink, and then turned sharply to the left. He went on and on. The grass was high and it was very hot. Pahom began to grow tired. He looked at the sun and saw that it was noon. Well, he thought, I must have a rest. He sat down and ate some bread and drank some water, but he did not lie down, thinking that if he did, he might fall asleep. After sitting a little while, he went on again. At first he walked easily. The food had strengthened him, but it had become terribly hot and he felt sleepy. Still he went on, thinking, an hour to suffer, a lifetime to live. He went a long way in this direction also, and was about to turn to the left again, when he perceived a damp hollow. It would be a pity to leave that out, he thought. Flax would do well there. So he went on past the hollow and dug a hole on the other side of it before he turned the corner. Pahom looked towards the hillock. The heat made the air hazy. It seemed to be quivering, and through the haze the people on the hillock could scarcely be seen. Ah, thought Pahom, I have made the sides too long. I must make this one shorter. And he went along the third side, stepping faster. He looked at the sun. It was nearly halfway to the horizon, and he had not yet done 2 miles of the third side of the square. He was still 10 miles from the goal. No, he thought, though it will make my land lopsided, I must hurry back in a straight line now. I might go too far, and as it is, I have a great deal of land. So Pahom hurriedly dug a hole and turned straight towards the hillock. Pahom went straight towards the hillock, but he now walked with difficulty. He was done up with the heat, his bare feet were cut and bruised, and his legs began to fail. He longed to rest, but it was impossible if he meant to get back before sunset. The sun waits for no man, and it was sinking lower and lower. Oh dear, he thought, if only I have not blundered trying for too much. What if I am too late? He looked towards the hillock and at the sun. He was still far from his goal, and the sun was already near the rim. Pahom walked on and on. It was very hard walking, but he went quicker and quicker. He pressed on, but was still far from the place. He began running, threw away his coat, his boots, his flask, and his cap, and kept only the spade which he used as a support. What shall I do? He thought again. I have grasped too much and ruined the whole affair. I can't get there before the sun sets. And this fear made him still more breathless. Pahom went on running. His soaking shirt and trousers stuck to him, and his mouth was parched. His breast was working like a blacksmith's bellows. His heart was beating like a hammer. and his legs were giving way as if they did not belong to him. Pahom was seized with terror lest he should die of the strain. Though afraid of death, he could not stop. After having run all that way, they will call me a fool if I stop now, thought he. And he ran on and drew near and heard the Bashkirs yelling and shouting to him, and their cries inflamed his heart still more. He gathered his last strength and ran on. The sun was close to the rim, and cloaked in mist looked large and red as blood. Now, yes, now, it was about to set. The sun was quite low, but he was also quite near his aim. Pahom could already see the people on the hillock waving their arms to hurry him up. He could see the fox-fur cap on the ground, and the money on it, and the chief sitting on the ground holding his sides, and Pahom remembered his dream. There is plenty of land, thought he, but will God let me live on it? I have lost my life. I have lost my life. I shall never reach that spot. Pahom looked at the sun, which had reached the earth. One side of it had already disappeared. With all his remaining strength, he rushed on, bending his body forward so that his legs could hardly follow fast enough to keep him from falling. Just as he reached the hillock, it suddenly grew dark. He looked up. The sun had already set. He gave a cry. All my labor has been in vain, thought he, and was about to stop, but he heard the Bashkirs still shouting and remembered that though to him, from below, the sun seemed to have set, they on the hillock could still see it. He took a long breath and ran up the hillock. It was still light there. He reached the top and saw the cap. Before it sat the chief laughing and holding his sides. Again Pahom remembered his dream, and he uttered a cry. His legs gave way beneath him. He fell forward and reached the cap with his hands. "Ah, that's a fine fellow," exclaimed the chief. "He has gained much land." Pahom's servant came running up and tried to raise him, but he saw that blood was flogging from his mouth. Pahom was dead. The Bashkirs clicked their tongues to show their pity. His servant picked up the spade and dug a grave long enough for Pahom to hew in, and buried him in it. 6 feet from his head to his heels was all he needed.
15th story, A Grain as Big as a Hen's Egg. One day some children found, in a ravine, a thing shaped like a grain of corn, with a groove down the middle, but as large as a hen's egg. A traveler passing by saw the thing, bought it from the children for a penny, and taking it to town sold it to the king as a curiosity. The king called together his wise men and told them to find out what the thing was. The wise men pondered and could not make head or tail of it, till one day, when the thing was lying on a windowsill, a hen flew in and pecked at it till she made a hole in it, and then everyone saw that it was a grain of corn. The wise men went to the king and said, "It is a grain of corn." At this, the king was much surprised, and he ordered the learned men to find out when and where such corn had grown. The learned men pondered again and searched in their books, but could find nothing about it. So they returned to the king and said, "We can give you no answer. There is nothing about it in our books. You will have to ask the peasants. Perhaps some of them may have heard from their fathers when and where grain grew to such a size." So the king gave orders that some very old peasant should be brought before him, and his servants found such a man and brought him to the king. Old and bent, ashy pale and toothless, he just managed with the help of 2 crutches to totter into the king's presence. The king showed him the grain, but the old man could hardly see it. He took it, however, and felt it with his hands. The king questioned him, saying, "Can you tell us, old man, where such grain as this grew? Have you ever bought such corn, or sown such in your fields?" The old man was so deaf that he could hardly hear what the king said, and only understood with great difficulty. "No," he answered at last. "I never sowed nor reaped any like it in my fields, nor did I ever buy any such. When we bought corn, the grains were always as small as they are now. But you might ask my father. He may have heard where such grain grew." So the king sent for the old man's father, and he was found and brought before the king. He came walking with 1 crutch. The king showed him the grain, and the old peasant, who was still able to see, took a good look at it. And the king asked him, "Can you not tell us, old man, where corn like this used to grow? Have you ever bought any like it, or sown any in your fields?" Though the old man was rather hard of hearing, he still heard better than his son had done. "No," he said, "I never sowed nor reaped any grain like this in my field. As to buying, I never bought any, for in my time money was not yet in use. Everyone grew his own corn, and when there was any need, we shared with one another. I do not know where corn like this grew. Ours was larger and yielded more flour than present-day grain, but I never saw any like this. I have, however, heard my father say that in his time the grain grew larger and yielded more flour than ours. You had better ask him." So the king sent for this old man's father, and they found him too and brought him before the king. He entered walking easily and without crutches. His eye was clear, his hearing good, and he spoke distinctly. The king showed him the grain, and the old grandfather looked at it and turned it about in his hand. "It is long since I saw such a fine grain," said he, and he bit a piece off and tasted it. "It's the very same kind," he added. "Tell me, grandfather," said the king, "when and where was such corn grown? Have you ever bought any like it or sown any in your fields?" And the old man replied, "Corn like this used to grow everywhere in my time. I lived on corn like this in my young days and fed others on it. It was grain like this that we used to sow and reap and thrash." And the king asked, "Tell me, grandfather, did you buy it anywhere, or did you grow it all yourself?" The old man smiled. "In my time," he answered, "no one ever thought of such a sin as buying or selling bread, and we knew nothing of money. Each man had corn enough of his own." "Then tell me, grandfather," asked the king, "where was your field? Where did you grow corn like this?" And the grandfather answered, "My field was God's earth. Wherever I plowed, there was my field. Land was free. It was a thing no man called his own. Labor was the only thing men called their own." "Answer me 2 more questions," said the king. "The first is, why did the earth bear such grain then and has ceased to do so now? And the second is, why your grandson walks with 2 crutches, your son with 1, and you yourself with none? Your eyes are bright, your teeth sound, and your speech clear and pleasant to the ear. How have these things come about?" And the old man answered, "These things are so, because men have ceased to live by their own labor and have taken to depending on the labor of others. In the old time, men lived according to God's law. They had what was their own, and coveted not what others had produced."
16th story, the Godson. "Ye have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you, resist not him that is evil." Matthew 5:38-39. "Vengeance is mine, I will repay." Romans 12:19. Son was born to a poor peasant. He was glad and went to his neighbor to ask him to stand godfather to the boy. The neighbor refused. He did not like standing godfather to a poor man's child. The peasant asked another neighbor, but he too refused, and after that, the poor father went to every house in the village, but found no one willing to be godfather to his son. So he set off to another village, and on the way he met a man who stopped and said, "Good day, my good man. Where are you off to?" "God has given me a child," said the peasant, "to rejoice my eyes in youth, to comfort my old age, and to pray for my soul after death. But I am poor, and no one in our village will stand godfather to him, so I am now on my way to seek a godfather for him elsewhere." "Let me be godfather," said the stranger. The peasant was glad and thanked him, but added, "And whom shall I ask to be godmother?" "Go to the town," replied the stranger, "and in the square you will see a stone house with shop windows in the front. At the entrance you will find the tradesman to whom it belongs. Ask him to let his daughter stand godmother to your child." The peasant hesitated. "How can I ask a rich tradesman?" said he. "He will despise me, and will not let his daughter come. Don't trouble about that. Go and ask. Get everything ready by tomorrow morning, and I will come to the christening." The poor peasant returned home, and then drove to the town to find the tradesman. He had hardly taken his horse into the yard when the tradesman himself came out. "What do you want?" said he. "Why, sir," said the peasant, "you see, God has given me a son to rejoice my eyes in youth, to comfort my old age, and to pray for my soul after death. Be so kind as to let your daughter stand godmother to him." "And when is the christening?" said the tradesman. "Tomorrow morning." "Very well. Go in peace. She shall be with you at Mass tomorrow morning." The next day the godmother came, and the godfather also, and the infant was baptized. Immediately after the christening, the godfather went away. They did not know who he was, and never saw him again. The child grew up to be a joy to his parents. He was strong, willing to work, clever and obedient. When he was 10 years old, his parents sent him to school to learn to read and write. What others learnt in 5 years, he learnt in 1, and soon there was nothing more they could teach him. Easter came round, and the boy went to see his godmother to give her his Easter greeting. "Father and mother," said he when he got home again, "where does my godfather live? I should like to give him my Easter greeting too." And his father answered, "We know nothing about your godfather, dear son. We often regret it ourselves. Since the day you were christened, we have never seen him, nor had any news of him. We do not know where he lives, or even whether he is still alive." The son bowed to his parents. "Father and mother," said he, "let me go and look for my godfather. I must find him and give him my Easter greeting." So his father and mother let him go, and the boy set off to find his godfather. The boy left the house and set out along the road. He had been walking for several hours when he met a stranger who stopped him and said, "Good day to you, my boy. Where are you going?" And the boy answered, "I went to see my godmother and to give her my Easter greeting, and when I got home I asked my parents where my godfather lives, that I might go and greet him also. They told me they did not know. They said he went away as soon as I was christened, and they know nothing about him, not even if he be still alive. But I wish to see my godfather, and so I have set out to look for him." Then the stranger said, "I am your godfather." The boy was glad to hear this. After kissing his godfather 3 times for an Easter greeting, he asked him, "Which way are you going now, godfather? If you are coming our way, please come to our house. But if you are going home, I will go with you." "I have no time now," replied his godfather, "to come to your house. I have business in several villages, but I shall return home again tomorrow. Come and see me then." "But how shall I find you, godfather?" "When you leave home, go straight towards the rising sun, and you will come to a forest. Going through the forest, you will come to a glade. When you reach this glade, sit down and rest a while, and look around you and see what happens. On the further side of the forest, you will find a garden, and in it a house with a golden roof. That is my home. Go up to the gate, and I will myself be there to meet you." And having said this, the godfather disappeared from his godson's sight. The boy did as his godfather had told him. He walked eastward until he reached a forest, and there he came to a glade. And in the midst of the glade, he saw a pine tree to a branch of which was tied a rope supporting a heavy log of oak. Close under this log stood a wooden trough filled with honey. Hardly had the boy had time to wonder why the honey was placed there, and why the log hung above it, when he heard a crackling in the wood, and saw some bears approaching. A she-bear, followed by a yearling and 3 tiny cubs. The she-bear, sniffing the air, went straight to the trough, the cubs following her. She thrust her muzzle into the honey, and called the cubs to do the same. They scampered up and began to eat. As they did so, the log, which the she-bear had moved aside with her head, swung away a little, and returning, gave the cubs a push. Seeing this, the she-bear shoved the log away with her paw. It swung further out, and returned more forcibly, striking one cub on the back and another on the head. The cubs ran away howling with pain, and the mother, with a growl, caught the log in her forepaws and raising it above her head, flung it away. The log flew high in the air, and the yearling, rushing to the trough, pushed his muzzle into the honey and began to suck noisily. The others also drew near, but they had not reached the trough when the log, flying back, struck the yearling on the head and killed him. The mother growled louder than before, and seizing the log, flung it from her with all her might. It flew higher than the branch it was tied to, so high that the rope slackened, and the she-bear returned to the trough. and the little cubs after her. The log flew higher and higher, then stopped and began to fall. The nearer it came, the faster it swung, and at last, at full speed, it crashed down on her head. The she-bear rolled over, her legs jerked, and she died. The cubs ran away into the forest. The boy watched all this in surprise and then continued his way. Leaving the forest, he came upon a large garden in the midst of which stood a lofty palace with a golden roof. At the gate stood his godfather, smiling. He welcomed his godson and led him through the gateway into the garden. The boy had never dreamed of such beauty and delight as surrounded him in that place. Then his godfather led him into the palace, which was even more beautiful inside than outside. The godfather showed the boy through all the rooms, each brighter and finer than the other. But at last they came to one door that was sealed up. "You see this door," said he. "It is not locked, but only sealed. It can be opened, but I forbid you to open it. You may live here and go where you please and enjoy all the delights of the place. My only command is, do not open that door, but should you ever do so, remember what you saw in the forest." Having said this, the godfather went away. The godson remained in the palace, and life there was so bright and joyful that he thought he had only been there 3 hours, when he had really lived there 30 years. When 30 years had gone by, the godson happened to be passing the sealed door one day, and he wondered why his godfather had forbidden him to enter that room. "I'll just look in and see what is there," thought he, and he gave the door a push. The seals gave way, the door opened, and the godson entering saw a hall more lofty and beautiful than all the others, and in the midst of it a throne. He wandered about the hall for a while, and then mounted the steps and seated himself upon the throne. As he sat there, he noticed a scepter leaning against the throne and took it in his hand. Hardly had he done so when the 4 walls of the hall suddenly disappeared. The godson looked around and saw the whole world, and all that men were doing in it. He looked in front and saw the sea with ships sailing on it. He looked to the right and saw where strange heathen people lived. He looked to the left and saw where men who were Christians, but not Russians, lived. He looked round, and on the 4th side he saw Russian people, like himself. "I will look," said he, "and see what is happening at home, and whether the harvest is good." He looked towards his father's fields, and saw the sheaves standing in stooks. He began counting them to see whether there was much corn, when he noticed a peasant driving in a cart. It was night, and the godson thought it was his father coming to cart the corn by night. But as he looked, he recognized Vasily Kudryashov, the thief, driving into the field and beginning to load the sheaves onto his cart. This made the godson angry, and he called out, "Father, the sheaves are being stolen from our field." His father, who was out with the horses in the night pasture, woke up. "I dreamt the sheaves were being stolen," said he. "I will just ride down and see." So he got on a horse and rode out to the field. Finding Vasily there, he called together other peasants to help him, and Vasily was beaten, bound, and taken to prison. Then the godson looked at the town where his godmother lived. He saw that she was now married to a tradesman. She lay asleep, and her husband rose and went to his mistress. The godson shouted to her, get up, your husband has taken to evil ways." The godmother jumped up and dressed, and finding out where her husband was, she shamed and beat his mistress, and drove him away. Then the godson looked for his mother, and saw her lying asleep in her cottage. And a thief crept into the cottage, and began to break open the chest in which she kept her things. The mother awoke and screamed, and the robber, seizing an axe, swung it over his head to kill her. The godson could not refrain from hurling the scepter at the robber. It struck him upon the temple, and killed him on the spot. As soon as the godson had killed the robber, the walls closed and the hall became just as it had been before. Then the door opened, and the godfather entered, and coming up to his godson, he took him by the hand and led him down from the throne. "You have not obeyed my command," said he. "You did one wrong thing when you opened the forbidden door, another when you mounted the throne and took my scepter into your hands. And you have now done a third wrong, which has much increased the evil in the world. Had you sat here an hour longer, you would have ruined half mankind." Then the godfather led his godson back to the throne and took the scepter in his hand. And again the walls fell asunder, and all things became visible. And the godfather said, "See what you have done to your father." Vasily has now been a year in prison, and has come out having learnt every kind of wickedness, and has become quite incorrigible. See, he has stolen 2 of your father's horses, and he is now setting fire to his barn. All this you have brought upon your father. The godson saw his father's barn breaking into flames, but his godfather shut off the sight from him and told him to look another way. "Here is your godmother's husband," he said. "It is a year since he left his wife, and now he goes after other women. His former mistress has sunk to still lower depths. Sorrow has driven his wife to drink. That's what you have done to your godmother." The godfather shut off this also, and showed the godson his father's house. There he saw his mother weeping for her sins, repenting and saying, "It would have been better had the robber killed me that night. I should not have sinned so heavily." "That," said the godfather, "is what you have done to your mother." He shut this off also and pointed downwards, and the godson saw 2 warders holding the robber in front of a prison house, and the godfather said, "This man had murdered 10 men. He should have expiated his sins himself, but by killing him, you have taken his sins on yourself. Now you must answer for all his sins. That is what you have done to yourself." The she-bear pushed the log aside once and disturbed her cubs. She pushed it again and killed her yearling. She pushed it a 3rd time and was killed herself. You have done the same. Now I give you 30 years to go into the world and atone for the robber's sins. If you do not atone for them, you will have to take his place. "How am I to atone for his sins?" asked the godson. And the godfather answered, "When you have rid the world of as much evil as you have brought into it, you will have atoned both for your own sins and for those of the robber." "How can I destroy evil in the world?" the godson asked. "Go out," replied the godfather, "and walk straight towards the rising sun. After a time you will come to a field with some men in it. Notice what they are doing and teach them what you know. Then go on and note what you see. On the 4th day you will come to a forest. In the midst of the forest is a cell, and in the cell lives a hermit. Tell him all that has happened. He will teach you what to do. When you have done all he tells you, you will have atoned for your own and the robber's sins." And having said this, the godfather led his godson out of the gate. The godson went his way, and as he went he thought, "How am I to destroy evil in the world? Evil is destroyed by banishing evil men, keeping them in prison, or putting them to death. How then am I to destroy evil without taking the sins of others upon myself?" The godson pondered over it for a long time, but could come to no conclusion. He went on until he came to a field where corn was growing thick and good and ready for the reapers. The godson saw that a little calf had got in among the corn. Some men who were at hand saw it, and mounting their horses, they chased it backwards and forwards through the corn. Each time the calf was about to come out of the corn, someone rode up and the calf got frightened and turned back again, and they all galloped after it, trampling down the corn. On the road stood a woman crying, "They will chase my calf to death," she said. And the godson said to the peasants, "What are you doing? Come out of the cornfield, all of you, and let the woman call her calf." The men did so, and the woman came to the edge of the cornfield and called to the calf. "Come along, Brownie, come along," said she. The calf pricked up its ears, listened a while, and then ran towards the woman of its own accord, and hid its head in her skirts, almost knocking her over. The men were glad the woman was glad, and so was the little calf. The godson went on, and he thought, "Now I see that evil spreads evil. The more people try to drive away evil, the more the evil grows. Evil, it seems, cannot be destroyed by evil, but in what way it can be destroyed I do not know. The calf obeyed its mistress, and so all went well. But if it had not obeyed her, how could we have got it out of the field?" The godson pondered again, but came to no conclusion and continued his way. He went on until he came to a village. At the furthest end, he stopped and asked leave to stay the night. The woman of the house was there alone, house cleaning, and she let him in. The godson entered, and taking his seat upon the brick oven, he watched what the woman was doing. He saw her finish scrubbing the room and begin scrubbing the table. Having done this, she began wiping the table with a dirty cloth. She wiped it from side to side, but it did not come clean. The soiled cloth left streaks of dirt. Then she wiped it the other way. The first streaks disappeared, but others came in their place. Then she wiped it from one end to the other, but again the same thing happened. The soiled cloth messed the table. When one streak was wiped off, another was left on. The godson watched for a while in silence and then said, "What are you doing, mistress? Don't you see I'm cleaning up for the holiday? Only I can't manage this table. It won't come clean. I'm quite tired out." "You should rinse your cloth," said the godson, "before you wipe the table with it." The woman did so and soon had the table clean. "Thank you for telling me," said she. In the morning he took leave of the woman and went on his way. After walking a good while, he came to the edge of a forest. There he saw some peasants who were making wheel rims of bent wood. Coming nearer, the godson saw that the men were going round and round, but could not bend the wood. He stood and looked on, and noticed that the block to which the piece of wood was fastened was not fixed, but as the men moved round it went round too. Then the godson said, "What are you doing, friends?" "Why, don't you see, we are making wheel rims. We have twice steamed the wood and are quite tired out, but the wood will not bend." "You should fix the block, friends," said the godson, "or else it goes round when you do." The peasants took his advice and fixed the block, and then the work went on merrily. The godson spent the night with them and then went on. He walked all day and all night, and just before dawn, he came upon some drovers encamped for the night and lay down beside them. He saw that they had got all their cattle settled and were trying to light a fire. They had taken dry twigs and lighted them, but before the twigs had time to burn up, they smothered them with damp brushwood. The brushwood hissed and the fire smouldered and went out. Then the drovers brought more dry wood, lit it, and again put on the brushwood. And again the fire went out. They struggled with it for a long time, but could not get the fire to burn. Then the godson said, "Do not be in such a hurry to put on the brushwood. Let the dry wood burn up properly before you put any on. When the fire is well alight, you can put on as much as you please." The drovers followed his advice. They let the fire burn up fiercely before adding the brushwood, which then flared up so that they soon had a roaring fire. The godson remained with them for a while, and then continued his way. He went on, wondering what the three things he had seen might mean, but he could not fathom them. The godson walked the whole of that day, and in the evening came to another forest. There he found a hermit's cell, at which he knocked. "Who is there?" asked a voice from within. "A great sinner," replied the godson. "I must atone for another's sins as well as for my own." The hermit, hearing this, came out. "What sins are those that you have to bear for another?" The godson told him everything, about his godfather, about the she-bear with the cubs, about the throne in the sealed room, about the commands his godfather had given him, as well as about the peasants he had seen trampling down the corn, and the calf that ran out when its mistress called it. "I have seen that one cannot destroy evil by evil," said he, "but I cannot understand how it is to be destroyed. Teach me how it can be done." "Tell me," replied the hermit, "what else you have seen on your way." The godson told him about the woman washing the table, and the men making cartwheels, and the drovers fighting their fire. The hermit listened to it all, and then went back to his cell and brought out an old jagged axe. "Come with me," said he. When they had gone some way, the hermit pointed to a tree. "Cut it down," he said. The godson felled the tree. "Now chop it into 3, said the hermit. The godson chopped the tree into 3 pieces. Then the hermit went back to his cell, and brought out some blazing sticks. "Burn those 3 logs, said he. So the godson made a fire, and burnt the 3 logs till only 3 charred stumps remained. "Now plant them half in the ground, like this." The godson did so. "You see that river at the foot of the hill? Bring water from there in your mouth, and water these stumps. Water this stump as you taught the woman. this one as you taught the wheelwrights, and this one as you taught the drovers. When all three have taken root, and from these charred stumps apple trees have sprung, you will know how to destroy evil in men, and will have atoned for all your sins." Having said this, the hermit returned to his cell. The godson pondered for a long time, but could not understand what the hermit meant. Nevertheless, he set to work to do as he had been told. The godson went down to the river, filled his mouth with water, and returning, emptied it onto one of the charred stumps. This he did again and again, and watered all three stumps. When he was hungry and quite tired out, he went to the cell to ask the old hermit for some food. He opened the door, and there upon a bench he saw the old man lying dead. The godson looked round for food, and he found some dried bread and ate a little of it. Then he took a spade and set to work to dig the hermit's grave. During the night he carried water and watered the stumps, and in the day he dug the grave. He had hardly finished the grave and was about to bury the corpse, when some people from the village came, bringing food for the old man. The people heard that the old hermit was dead, and that he had given the godson his blessing, and left him in his place. So they buried the old man, gave the bread they had brought to the godson, and promising to bring him some more, they went away. The godson remained in the old man's place. There he lived, eating the food people brought him, and doing as he had been told, carrying water from the river in his mouth and watering the charred stumps. He lived thus for a year, and many people visited him. His fame spread abroad as a holy man who lived in the forest and brought water from the bottom of a hill in his mouth to water charred stumps for the salvation of his soul. People flocked to see him. Rich merchants drove up bringing him presents, but he kept only the barest necessaries for himself and gave the rest away to the poor. And so the godson lived, carrying water in his mouth and watering the stumps half the day, and resting and receiving people the other half. And he began to think that this was the way he had been told to live, in order to destroy evil and atone for his sins. He spent 2 years in this manner, not omitting for a single day to water the stumps, but still not one of them sprouted. One day, as he sat in his cell, he heard a man ride past, singing as he went. The godson came out to see what sort of a man it was. He saw a strong young fellow, well-dressed, and mounted on a handsome, well-saddled horse. The godson stopped him and asked him who he was and where he was going. "I am a robber," the man answered, drawing rein. "I ride about the highways killing people, and the more I kill, the merrier are the songs I sing." The godson was horror-struck and thought, "How can the evil be destroyed in such a man as this? It is easy to speak to those who come to me of their own accord and confess their sins. But this one boasts of the evil he does." So he said nothing and turned away, thinking, "What am I to do now? This robber may take to riding about here, and he will frighten away the people. They will leave off coming to me. It will be a loss to them, and I shall not know how to live." So the godson turned back and said to the robber, "People come to me here, not to boast of their sins, but to repent and to pray for forgiveness. Repent of your sins if you fear God, but if there is no repentance in your heart, then go away and never come here again. Do not trouble me, and do not frighten people away from me. If you do not hearken, God will punish you." The robber laughed. "I am not afraid of God, and I will not listen to you." "You are not my master," said he. "You live by your piety, and I by my robbery. We all must live. You may teach the old women who come to you, but you have nothing to teach me. And because you have reminded me of God, I will kill 2 more men tomorrow. I would kill you, but I do not want to soil my hands just now. See that in future you keep out of my way." Having uttered this threat, the robber rode away. He did not come again, and the godson lived in peace, as before, for 8 more years. One night, the godson watered his stumps, and after returning to his cell, he sat down to rest and watched the footpath, wondering if someone would soon come. But no one came at all that day. He sat alone till evening, feeling lonely and dull. and he thought about his past life. Ho remembered how the robber had reproached him for living by his piety, and he reflected on his way of life. "I am not living as the hermit commanded me to," thought he. "The hermit laid a penance upon me, and I have made both a living and fame out of it, and have been so tempted by it that now I feel dull when people do not come to me. And when they do come, I only rejoice, because they praise my holiness. That is not how one should live. I have been led astray by love of praise. I have not atoned for my past sins, but have added fresh ones. I will go to another part of the forest where people will not find me, and I will live so as to atone for my old sins and commit no fresh ones." Having come to this conclusion, the godson filled a bag with dried bread and, taking a spade, left the cell and started for a ravine he knew of in a lonely spot where he could dig himself a cave and hide from the people. As he was going along with his bag and his spade, he saw the robber riding towards him. The godson was frightened and started to run away, but the robber overtook him. "Where are you going?" asked the robber. The godson told him he wished to get away from the people and live somewhere where no one would come to him. This surprised the robber. "What will you live on if people do not come to see you?" asked he. The godson had not even thought of this, but the robber's question reminded him that food would be necessary. "On what God pleases to give me," he replied. The robber said nothing and rode away. "Why did I not say anything to him about his way of life?" thought the godson. "He might repent now. Today he seems in a gentler mood and has not threatened to kill me." And he shouted to the robber, "You have still to repent of your sins. You cannot escape from God." The robber turned his horse, and drawing a knife from his girdle, threatened the hermit with it. The latter was alarmed and ran away further into the forest. The robber did not follow him, but only shouted, "Twice I have let you off, old man, but next time you come in my way, I will kill you." Having said this, he rode away. In the evening, when the godson went to water his stumps, one of them was sprouting. A little apple tree was growing out of it. After hiding himself from everybody, the godson lived all alone. When his supply of bread was exhausted, he thought, "Now I must go and look for some roots to eat." He had not gone far, however, before he saw a bag of dried bread hanging on a branch. He took it down, and as long as it lasted, he lived upon that. When he had eaten it all, he found another bagful on the same branch. So he lived on, his only trouble being his fear of the robber. Whenever he heard the robber passing, he hid thinking, "He may kill me before I have had time to atone for my sins." In this way, he lived for 10 more years. The one apple tree continued to grow, but the other 2 stumps remained exactly as they were. One morning, the godson rose early and went to his work. By the time he had thoroughly moistened the ground round the stumps, he was tired out and sat down to rest. As he sat there, he thought to himself, "I have sinned and have become afraid of death. It may be God's will that I should redeem my sins by death." Hardly had this thought crossed his mind when he heard the robber riding up, swearing at something. When the godson heard this, he thought, "No evil and no good can befall me from anyone but from God." And he went to meet the robber. He saw the robber was not alone, but behind him on the saddle sat another man, gagged and bound hand and foot. The man was doing nothing, but the robber was abusing him violently. The godson went up and stood in front of the horse. "Where are you taking this man?" he asked. "Into the forest," replied the robber. "He is a merchant's son, and will not tell me where his father's money is hidden. I am going to flog him till he tells me." And the robber spurred on his horse, but the godson caught hold of his bridle and would not let him pass. "Let this man go." "Hot," he said. The robber grew angry and raised his arm to strike. "Would you like a taste of what I am going to give this man? Have I not promised to kill you? Let go." The godson was not afraid. "You shall not go," said he. "I do not fear you. I fear no one but God, and he wills that I should not let you pass. Set this man free." The robber frowned, and snatching out his knife, cut the ropes with which the merchant's son was bound, and set him free. "Get away, both of you," he said. and beware how you cross my path again." The merchant's son jumped down and ran away. The robber was about to ride on, but the godson stopped him again and again spoke to him about giving up his evil life. The robber heard him to the end in silence and then rode away without a word. The next morning, the godson went to water his stumps, and lo! The second stump was sprouting. A second young apple tree had begun to grow. Another 10 years had gone by. The godson was sitting quietly one day, desiring nothing, fearing nothing, and with a heart full of joy. "What blessings God showers on men," thought he. "Yet how needlessly they torment themselves. What prevents them from living happily, and remembering all the evil in men and the troubles they bring upon themselves?" His heart filled with pity. "It is wrong of me to live as I do," he said to himself. "I must go and teach others what I have myself learnt." Hardly had he thought this when he heard the robber approaching. He let him pass, thinking, "It is no good talking to him, he will not understand." That was his first thought, but Ho changed his mind and went out into the road. He saw that the robber was gloomy and was riding with downcast eyes. The godson looked at him, pitied him, and running up to him laid his hand upon his knee. "Brother dear," said he, "have some pity on your own soul. In you lives the Spirit of God. You suffer and torment others, and lay up more and more suffering for the future. Yet God loves you and has prepared such blessings for you. Do not ruin yourself utterly. Change your life." The robber frowned and turned away. "Leave me alone," said he. But the godson held the robber still faster and began to weep. Then the robber lifted his eyes and looked at the godson. He looked at him for a long time and, alighting from his horse, fell on his knees at the godson's feet. "You have overcome me, old man," said he. "For 20 years I have resisted you, but now you have conquered me. Do what you will with me, for I have no more power over myself. When you first tried to persuade me, it only angered me more. Only when you hid yourself from men did I begin to consider your words. For I saw then that you asked nothing of them for yourself. Since that day I have brought food for you, hanging it upon the tree." Then the godson remembered that the woman got her table clean only after she had rinsed her cloth. In the same way, it was only when he ceased caring about himself and cleansed his own heart that he was able to cleanse the hearts of others. The robber went on. "When I saw that you did not fear death, my heart turned." Then the godson remembered that the wheelwrights could not bend the rims until they had fixed their block. So, not till he had cast away the fear of death and made his life fast in God, could he subdue this man's unruly heart. "But my heart did not quite melt," continued the robber, "until you pitied me and wept for me." The godson, full of joy, led the robber to the place where the stumps were. And when they got there, they saw that from the third stump an apple tree had begun to sprout. And the godson remembered that the drovers had not been able to light the damp wood until the fire had burnt up well. So it was only when his own heart burnt warmly that another's heart had been kindled by it. And the godson was full of joy that he had at last atoned for his sins. He told all this to the robber and died. The robber buried him and lived as the godson had commanded him, teaching to others what the godson had taught him.
17th story, The Repentant Sinner. And he said unto Jesus, Lord, remember me when thou comest into thy kingdom. And Jesus said unto him, Verily I say unto thee, today shalt thou be with me in paradise. Luke 23:42-43. There was once a man who lived for 70 years in the world, and lived in sin all that time. He fell ill, but even then did not repent. Only at the last moment, as he was dying, he wept and said, Lord, forgive me, as thou forgavest the thief upon the cross. And as he said these words, his soul left his body. And the soul of the sinner, feeling love towards God and faith in his mercy, went to the gates of heaven and knocked, praying to be let into the heavenly kingdom. Then a voice spoke from within the gate. What man is it that knocks at the gates of paradise? And what deeds did he do during his life? And the voice of the accuser replied, recounting all the man's evil deeds, and not a single good one, And the voice from within the gates answered, "Sinners cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven. Go hence." Then the man said, "Lord, I hear thy voice, but cannot see thy face, nor do I know thy name." The voice answered, "I am Peter, the apostle." And the sinner replied, "Have pity on me, Apostle Peter. Remember man's weakness and God's mercy. Wert not thou a disciple of Christ? Didst not thou hear his teaching from his own lips, and hadst thou not his example before thee? Remember then how, when he sorrowed and was grieved in spirit, and 3 times asked thee to keep awake and pray, thou didst sleep, because thine eyes were heavy, and 3 times he found thee sleeping. So it was with me. Remember also how thou didst promise to be faithful unto death, and yet didst thrice deny him when he was taken before Caiaphas. So it was with me. And remember too how when the cock crowed thou didst go out, and didst weep bitterly. So it is with me. Thou canst not refuse to let me in." And the voice behind the gates was silent. Then the sinner stood a little while, and again began to knock, and to ask to be let into the kingdom of heaven. And he heard another voice behind the gates, which said, "Who is this man, and how did he live on earth?" And the voice of the accuser again repeated all the sinner's evil deeds, and not a single good one. And the voice from behind the gates replied, "Go hence, such sinners cannot live with us in paradise." Then the sinner said, "Lord, I hear thy voice, but I see thee not, nor do I know thy name." And the voice answered, "I am David, king and prophet." The sinner did not despair, nor did he leave the gates of paradise, but said, "Have pity on me, King David. Remember man's weakness and God's mercy. God loved thee and exalted thee among men. Thou hadst all, a kingdom and honor and riches and wives and children. But thou sawest from thy housetop the wife of a poor man, and sin entered into thee, and thou tookest the wife of Uriah, and didst slay him with the sword of the Ammonites. Thou, a rich man, didst take from the poor man his 1 ewe lamb, and didst kill him. I have done likewise. Remember then how thou didst repent, and how thou saidst, I acknowledge my transgressions. My sin is ever before me. I have done the same. Thou canst not refuse to let me in." And the voice from within the gates was silent. The sinner, having stood a little while, began knocking again, and asking to be let into the kingdom of heaven. And a third voice was heard within the gates, saying, "Who is this man, and how has he spent his life on earth?" And the voice of the accuser replied for the 3rd time, recounting the sinner's evil deeds, and not mentioning one good deed. And the voice within the gates said, "Depart hence. Sinners cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven." And the sinner said, "Thy voice I hear, but thy face I see not, neither do I know thy name." Then the voice replied, "I am John the Divine, the beloved disciple of Christ." And the sinner rejoiced, and said, "Now surely I shall be allowed to enter. Peter and David must let me in, because they know man's weakness and God's mercy, and thou wilt let me in, because thou lovest much. Was it not thou, John the Divine, who wrote that God is love, and that he who loves not knows not God? And in thine old age didst thou not say unto men, Brethren, love one another? How then canst thou look on me with hatred, and drive me away? Either thou must renounce what thou hast said, or loving me, must let me enter the kingdom of heaven." And the gates of paradise opened, and John embraced the repentant sinner, and took him into the kingdom of heaven.
8th story. The Empty Drum, a folk tale long current in the region of the Volga. Emelian was a laborer and worked for a master. Crossing the meadows one day on his way to work, he nearly trod on a frog that jumped right in front of him, but he just managed to avoid it. Suddenly he heard someone calling to him from behind. Emelian looked around and saw a lovely lassie who said to him, "Why don't you get married, Emelian?" "How can I marry, my lass?" said he. "I have but the clothes I stand up in, nothing more, and no one would have me for a husband." "Take me for a wife," said she. Emelyan liked the maid. "I should be glad to," said he, "but where and how could we live?" "Why trouble about that?" said the girl. "One only has to work more and sleep less, and one can clothe and feed oneself anywhere." "Very well then, let us marry," said Emelyan. "Where shall we go to?" "Let us go to town." So Emelyan and the lass went to town, and she took him to a small hut on the very edge of the town, and they married and began housekeeping. One day the king, driving through the town, passed by Emelyan's hut. Emelyan's wife came out to see the king. The king noticed her and was quite surprised. "Where did such a beauty come from?" said he, and stopping his carriage he called Emelyan's wife and asked her, "Who are you?" "The peasant Emelyan's wife," said she. "Why did you, who are such a beauty, marry a peasant?" said the king. "You ought to be a queen." "Thank you for your kind words," said she, "but a peasant husband is good enough for me." The king talked to her a while and then drove on. He returned to the palace, but could not get Emelyan's wife out of his head. All night he did not sleep, but kept thinking how to get her for himself. He could think of no way of doing it, so he called his servants and told them they must find a way. The king's servant said, "Command Emelyan to come to the palace to work, and we will work him so hard that he will die. His wife will be left a widow, and then you can take her for yourself." The king followed their advice. He sent an order that Emelyan should come to the palace as a workman, and that he should live at the palace, and his wife with him. The messengers came to Emelyan and gave him the king's message. His wife said, "Go, Emelyan, work all day but come back home at night." So Emelyan went, and when he got to the palace the king's steward asked him, "Why have you come alone without your wife?" "Why should I drag her about?" said Emelyan. "She has a house to live in." At the king's palace they gave Emelyan work enough for two. He began the job not hoping to finish it, but when evening came, lo and behold, it was all done. The steward saw that it was finished, and set him 4 times as much for next day. Emelyan went home. Everything there was swept and tidy. The oven was heated, his supper was cooked and ready, and his wife sat by the table sewing and waiting for his return. She greeted him, laid the table, gave him to eat and drink, and then began to ask him about his work. "Ah," said he, "it's a bad business. They give me tasks beyond my strength and want to kill me with work." "Don't fret about the work," said she. "Don't look either before or behind to see how much you have done or how much there is left to do. Only keep on working, and all will be right." So Emelyan lay down and slept. Next morning he went to work again and worked without once looking round. And lo and behold, by the evening it was all done, and before dark he came home for the night. Again and again they increased Emelyan's work, but he always got through it in good time and went back to his hut to sleep. A week passed, and the king's servants saw they could not crush him with rough work, so they tried giving him work that required skill. But this, also, was of no avail. Carpentering and masonry and roofing, whatever they set him to do, Emelyan had it ready in time and went home to his wife at night. So a second week passed. Then the king called his servants and said, "Am I to feed you for nothing? 2 weeks have gone, and I don't see that you have done anything. You were going to tire Emelyan out with work, but I see from my windows how he goes home every evening, singing cheerfully. Do you mean to make a fool of me?" The king's servants began to excuse themselves. "We tried our best to wear him out with rough work," they said, "but nothing was too hard for him. He cleared it all off as though he had swept it away with a broom. There was no tiring him out. Then we set him to tasks needing skill, which we did not think he was clever enough to do, but he managed them all. No matter what one sets him, he does it all, no one knows how. Either he or his wife must know some spell that helps them. We ourselves are sick of him, and wish to find a task he cannot master. We have now thought of setting him to build a cathedral in a single day. Send for Emelyan, and order him to build a cathedral in front of the palace in a single day. Then, if he does not do it, let his head be cut off for disobedience." The king sent for Emelyan. "Listen to my command," said he. "Build me a new cathedral on the square in front of my palace and have it ready by tomorrow evening. If you have it ready, I will reward you, but if not, I will have your head cut off." When Emelian heard the king's command, he turned away and went home. "My end is near," thought he, and coming to his wife, he said, "Get ready, wife, we must fly from here, or I shall be lost by no fault of my own." "What has frightened you so?" said she, "and why should we run away?" "How can I help being frightened? The king has ordered me, tomorrow in a single day, to build him a cathedral. If I fail, he will cut my head off. There is only one thing to be done. We must fly while there is yet time." But his wife would not hear of it. "The king has many soldiers," said she. "They would catch us anywhere. We cannot escape from him, but must obey him as long as strength holds out. How can I obey him when the task is beyond my strength? Goodman, don't be downhearted. Eat your supper now and go to sleep. Rise early in the morning and all will get done." So Emelian lay down and slept. His wife roused him early next day. "Go quickly," said she, "and finish the cathedral. Here are nails and a hammer. There is still enough work there for a day." Emelian went into the town, reached the palace square, and there stood a large cathedral not quite finished. Emelian set to work to do what was needed, and by the evening all was ready. When the king awoke, he looked out from his palace and saw the cathedral, and Emelian going about driving in nails here and there. And the king was not pleased to have the cathedral. He was annoyed at not being able to condemn Emelian and take his wife. Again he called his servants. "Emelian has done this task also," said the king, "and there is no excuse for putting him to death. Even this work was not too hard for him. You must find a more cunning plan, or I will cut off your heads as well as his." So his servants planned that Emelian should be ordered to make a river round the palace, with ships sailing on it. And the king sent for Emelian and set him this new task. "If," said he, "you could build a cathedral in one night, you can also do this. Tomorrow all must be ready. If not, I will have your head off." Emelian was more downcast than before, and returned to his wife sad at heart. "Why are you so sad?" "Juri," said his wife. "Has the king set you a fresh task?" Emelian told her about it. "We must fly," said he, but his wife replied, "There is no escaping the soldiers. They will catch us wherever we go. There is nothing for it but to obey." "How can I do it?" groaned Emelian. Goodman," said she, "don't be downhearted. Eat your supper now and go to sleep. Rise early and all will get done in good time." So Emelian lay down and slept. In the morning his wife woke him. "Go," said she, "to the palace. All is ready. Only near the wharf in front of the palace there is a mound left. Take a spade and level it." When the king awoke, he saw a river where there had not been one. Ships were sailing up and down, and Emelian was leveling a mound with a spade. The king wondered, but was pleased neither with the river nor with the ships, so vexed was he at not being able to condemn Emelian. "There is no task," thought he, "that he cannot manage. What is to be done?" And he called his servants, and again asked their advice. "Find some task," said he, "which Emelian cannot compass. For whatever we plan he fulfills, and I cannot take his wife from him." The king's servants thought, and at last devised a plan. They came to the king and said, "Send for Emelian and say to him, 'Go to there, don't know where, and bring back that, don't know what. Then he will not be able to escape you. No matter where he goes, you can say that he has not gone to the right place, and no matter what he brings, you can say it is not the right thing. Then you can have him beheaded and can take his wife." The king was pleased. "That is well thought of," said he. So the king sent for Emelian and said to him, "Go to there, don't know where, and bring back that, don't know what. If you fail to bring it, I will have you beheaded." Emelian returned to his wife and told her what the king had said. His wife became thoughtful. "Well," said she, "they have taught the king how to catch you. Now we must act warily." So she sat and thought, and at last said to her husband, "You must go far to our grandam, the old peasant woman, the mother of soldiers, and you must ask her aid. If she helps you do anything, go straight to the palace with it. I shall be there. I cannot escape them now. They will take me by force, but it will not be for long. If you do everything as Grandam directs, you will soon save me." So the wife got her husband ready for the journey. She gave him a wallet and also a spindle. "Give her this," said she. "By this token she will know that you are my husband." And his wife showed him his road. Emelyan set off. He left the town behind and came to where some soldiers were being drilled. Emelyan stood and watched them. After drill, the soldiers sat down to rest. Then Emelyan went up to them and asked, "Do you know, brothers, the way to there, don't know where? And how I can get that, don't know what?" The soldiers listened to him with surprise. "Who sent you on this errand?" Said they. "The king," said he. "We ourselves," said they, "from the day we became soldiers, go we don't know where, and never yet have we got there. And we seek we don't know what, and cannot find it. We cannot help you." Emelyan sat a while with the soldiers and then went on again. He trudged many a mile, and at last came to a wood. In the wood was a hut, and in the hut sat an old, old woman, the mother of peasant soldiers, spinning flax and weeping. And as she spun, she did not put her fingers to her mouth to wet them with spittle, but to her eyes to wet them with tears. When the old woman saw Emelyan, she cried out at him, "Why have you come here?" Then Emelyan gave her the spindle, and said his wife had sent it. The old woman softened at once and began to question him. And Emelyan told her his whole life, how he married the lass, how they went to live in the town, how he had worked, and what he had done at the palace, how he built the cathedral, and made a river with ships on it, and how the king had now told him to go to there, don't know where, and bring back that, don't know what. The grandam listened to the end, and ceased weeping. She muttered to herself, "The time has surely come," and said to him, "All right, my lad, sit down now, and I will give you something to eat." Emelyan ate, and then the grandam told him what to do. "Here," said she, "is a ball of thread. Roll it before you and follow where it goes. You must go far till you come right to the sea. When you get there, you will see a great city. Enter the city and ask for a night's lodging at the furthest house. There look out for what you are seeking." "How shall I know it when I see it, Granny?" said he. "When you see something men obey more than father or mother, that is it. Seize that and take it to the king. When you bring it to the king, he will say it is not right, and you must answer, 'If it is not the right thing, it must be smashed.' And you must beat it and carry it to the river, break it in pieces and throw it into the water. Then you will get your wife back, and my tears will be dried." Emelyan bade farewell to the grandam, and began rolling his ball before him. It rolled and rolled until at last it reached the sea. By the sea stood a great city, and at the further end of the city was a big house. There Emelyan begged for a night's lodging, and was granted it. He lay down to sleep, and in the morning awoke and heard a father rousing his son to go and cut wood for the fire. But the son did not obey. "It is too early," said he. "There is time enough." Then Emelyan heard the mother say, "Go, my son, your father's bones ache. Would you have him go himself? It is time to be up." But the son only murmured some words and fell asleep again. Hardly was he asleep when something thundered and rattled in the street. Up jumped the son, and quickly putting on his clothes, ran out into the street. Up jumped Emelyan, too, and ran after him to see what it was that a son obeys more than father or mother. What he saw was a man walking along the street carrying, tied to his stomach, a thing which he beat with sticks, and that it was that rattled and thundered so, and that the son had obeyed. Emelyan ran up and had a look at it. He saw it was round, like a small tub, with a skin stretched over both ends, and he asked what it was called. He was told, "A drum." "And is it empty?" "Yes, it is empty." Emelyan was surprised. He asked them to give the thing to him, but they would not. So Emelyan left off asking and followed the drummer. All day he followed, and when the drummer at last lay down to sleep, Emelyan snatched the drum from him and ran away with it. He ran and ran, till at last he got back to his own town. He went to see his wife, but she was not at home. The day after he went away, the king had taken her. So Emelyan went to the palace and sent in a message to the king. "He has returned who went to there don't know where, and he has brought with him that Don't know what. They told the king, and the king said he was to come again next day. But Emelian said, "Tell the king I am here today, and have brought what the king wanted. Let him come out to me, or I will go into him." The king came out. "Where have you been?" said he. Emelian told him. "That's not the right place," said the king. "What have you brought?" Emelian pointed to the drum, but the king did not look at it. "That is not it." "If it is not the right thing," said Emelian, "it must be smashed, and may the devil take it." And Emelian left the palace, carrying the drum and beating it. And as he beat it all, the king's army ran out to follow Emelian, and they saluted him, and waited his commands. The king from his window began to shout at his army, telling them not to follow Emelian. They did not listen to what he said, but all followed Emelian. When the king saw that, he gave orders that Emelian's wife should be taken back to him, and he sent to ask Emelian to give him the drum. "It can't be done," said Emelian. "I was told to smash it, and to throw the splinters into the river." So Emelian went down to the river carrying the drum, and the soldiers followed him. When he reached the river bank, Emelian smashed the drum to splinters, and threw the splinters into the stream, and then all the soldiers ran away. Emelian took his wife and went home with her, and after that the king ceased to trouble him, and so they lived happily ever after.
Part 6. Adaptations from the French. 19th story. The Coffee House of Surat after Bernardin de Saint-Pierre. In the town of Surat, in India, was a coffee house where many travelers and foreigners from all parts of the world met and conversed. One day, a learned Persian theologian visited this coffee house. He was a man who had spent his life studying the nature of the deity and reading and writing books upon the subject. He had thought, read, and written so much about God that eventually he lost his wits, became quite confused, and ceased even to believe in the existence of a god. The Shah, hearing of this, had banished him from Persia. After having argued all his life about the first cause, this unfortunate theologian had ended by quite perplexing himself, and instead of understanding that he had lost his own reason, he began to think that there was no higher reason controlling the universe. This man had an African slave who followed him everywhere. When the theologian entered the coffee house, the slave remained outside, near the door, sitting on a stone in the glare of the sun, and driving away the flies that buzzed around him. The Persian, having settled down on a divan in the coffee house, ordered himself a cup of opium. When he had drunk it and the opium had begun to quicken the workings of his brain, he addressed his slave through the open door. "Tell me, wretched slave," said he, "do you think there is a God, or not?" "Of course there is," said the slave, and immediately drew from under his girdle a small idol of wood. "There," said he, "that is the God who has guarded me from the day of my birth. Everyone in our country worships the fetish tree, from the wood of which this God was made." This conversation between the theologian and his slave was listened to with surprise by the other guests in the coffee house. They were astonished at the master's question, and yet more so at the slave's reply. One of them, a Brahmin, on hearing the words spoken by the slave, turned to him and said, "Miserable fool! Is it possible you believe that God can be carried under a man's girdle? There is one God, Brahma, and he is greater than the whole world, for he created it. Brahma is the one, the mighty God, and in his honor are built the temples on the Ganges banks, where his true priests, the Brahmins, worship him. They know the true God, and none but they. 1,000 score of years have passed, and yet through revolution after revolution these priests have held their sway, because Brahma, the one true God, has protected them." So spoke the Brahmin, thinking to convince everyone. But a Jewish broker who was present replied to him, and said, "No, the temple of the true God is not in India. Neither does God protect the Brahmin caste. The true God is not the God of the Brahmins, but of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. None does he protect but his chosen people, the Israelites. From the commencement of the world, our nation has been beloved of him, and ours alone. If we are now scattered over the whole earth, it is but to try us. For God has promised that he will one day gather his people together in Jerusalem. Then, with the temple of Jerusalem, the wonder of the ancient world, restored to its splendor, shall Israel be established a ruler over all nations. So spoke the Jew, and burst into tears. He wished to say more, but an Italian missionary who was there interrupted him. "What you are saying is untrue," said he to the Jew. "You attribute injustice to God. He cannot love your nation above the rest. Nay, rather, even if it be true that of old he favored the Israelites, it is now 1900 years since they angered him, and caused him to destroy their nation and scatter them over the earth, so that their faith makes no converts and has died out except here and there. God shows preference to no nation, but calls all who wish to be saved to the bosom of the Catholic Church of Rome, the one outside whose borders no salvation can be found." So spoke the Italian. But a Protestant minister who happened to be present, growing pale, turned to the Catholic missionary and exclaimed, "How can you say that salvation belongs to your religion? Those only will be saved who serve God according to the gospel, in spirit and in truth, as bidden by the word of Christ." Then a Turk, an office holder in the custom house at Surat, who was sitting in the coffee house smoking a pipe, turned with an air of superiority to both the Christians. "Your belief in your Roman religion is vain," said he. "It was superseded 1200 years ago by the true faith, that of Muhammad. You cannot but observe how the true Mohammedan faith continues to spread both in Europe and Asia, and even in the enlightened country of China. You say yourselves that God has rejected the Jews, and as a proof you quote the fact that the Jews are humiliated, and their faith does not spread. Confess then the truth of Mohammedanism, for it is triumphant and spreads far and wide. None will be saved but the followers of Muhammad, God's latest prophet, and of them only the followers of Omar, and not of Ali, for the latter are false to the faith." To this the Persian theologian, who was of the sect of Ali, wished to reply. But by this time a great dispute had arisen among all the strangers of different faiths and creeds present. There were Abyssinian Christians, Lamas from Thibet, Ismailians, and fire worshippers. They all argued about the nature of God and how he should be worshipped. Each of them asserted that in his country alone was the true God known and rightly worshipped. Everyone argued and shouted, except a Chinaman, a student of Confucius, who sat quietly in one corner of the coffee house, not joining in the dispute. He sat there drinking tea and listening to what the others said, but did not speak himself. The Turk noticed him sitting there and appealed to him, saying, "You can confirm what I say, my good Chinaman. You hold your peace, but if you spoke, I know you would uphold my opinion. Traders from your country, who come to me for assistance, tell me that though many religions have been introduced into China, you Chinese consider Mohammedanism the best of all, and adopt it willingly. Confirm then my words, and tell us your opinion of the true God and of his prophet." "Yes, yes," said the rest, turning to the Chinaman. "Let us hear what you think on the subject." The Chinaman, the student of Confucius, closed his eyes and thought a while. Then he opened them again, and drawing his hands out of the wide sleeves of his garment, and folding them on his breast, he spoke as follows, in a calm and quiet voice. "Sirs, it seems to me that it is chiefly pride that prevents men agreeing with one another on matters of faith. If you care to listen to me, I will tell you a story which will explain this by an example. I came here from China on an English steamer, which had been round the world. We stopped for fresh water and landed on the east coast of the island of Sumatra. It was midday, and some of us, having landed, sat in the shade of some coconut palms by the seashore, not far from a native village. We were a party of men of different nationalities. As we sat there, a blind man approached us. We learnt afterwards that he had gone blind from gazing too long and too persistently at the sun, trying to find out what it is, in order to seize its light. He strove a long time to accomplish this, constantly looking at the sun, but the only result was that his eyes were injured by its brightness, and he became blind. Then he said to himself, "The light of the sun is not a liquid, for if it were a liquid, it would be possible to pour it from one vessel into another, and it would be moved, like water, by the wind. Neither is it fire, for if it were fire, water would extinguish it. Neither is light a spirit, for it is seen by the eye, nor is it matter, for it cannot be moved. Therefore, as the light of the sun is neither liquid, nor fire, nor spirit, nor matter, it is nothing." So he argued, and as a result of always looking at the sun and always thinking about it, he lost both his sight and his reason. And when he went quite blind, he became fully convinced that the sun did not exist. With this blind man came a slave, who after placing his master in the shade of a coconut tree, picked up a coconut from the ground and began making it into a nightlight. He twisted a wick from the fiber of the coconut, squeezed oil from the nut into the shell, and soaked the wick in it. As the slave sat doing this, the blind man sighed and said to him, "Well, slave, was I not right when I told you there is no sun? Do you not see how dark it is? Yet people say there is a sun. But if so, what is it?" "I do not know what the sun is," said the slave. "That is no business of mine. But I know what light is. Here I have made a nightlight, by the help of which I can serve you and find anything I want in the hut." And the slave picked up the coconut shell, saying, "This is my son." A lame man with crutches who was sitting nearby heard these words and laughed. "You have evidently been blind all your life," said he to the blind man. "Not to know what the sun is, I will tell you what it is. The sun is a ball of fire, which rises every morning out of the sea and goes down again among the mountains of our island each evening. We have all seen this, and if you had had your eyesight, you too would have seen it." A fisherman who had been listening to the conversation said, "It is plain enough that you have never been beyond your own island. If you were not lame, and if you had been out as I have in a fishing boat, you would know that the sun does not set among the mountains of our island, but as it rises from the ocean every morning, so it sets again in the sea every night. What I am telling you is true, for I see it every day with my own eyes." Then an Indian who was of our party interrupted him by saying, "I am astonished that a reasonable man should talk such nonsense. How can a ball of fire possibly descend into the water and not be extinguished? The sun is not a ball of fire at all. It is the deity named Deva, who rides forever in a chariot round the golden mountain, Meru. Sometimes the evil serpents Ragu and Ketu attack Deva and swallow him, and then the earth is dark. But our priests pray that the deity may be released, and then he is set free. Only such ignorant men as you, who have never been beyond their own island, can imagine that the sun shines for their country alone." Then the master of an Egyptian vessel, who was present, spoke in his turn. "No," said he, "you also are wrong. The sun is not a deity, and does not move only round India and its golden mountain. I have sailed much on the Black Sea and along the coasts of Arabia, and have been to Madagascar and to the Philippines. The sun lights the whole earth, and not India alone. It does not circle round one mountain, but rises far in the east, beyond the Isles of Japan, and sets far, far away in the west, beyond the islands of England. That is why the Japanese call their country Nippon. That is the birth of the sun. I know this well, for I have myself seen much, and heard more from my grandfather, who sailed to the very ends of the sea." He would have gone on, but an English sailor from our ship interrupted him. "There is no country," he said, "where people know so much about the sun's movements as in England. The sun, as everyone in England knows, rises nowhere and sets nowhere. It is always moving round the earth. We can be sure of this, for we have just been round the world ourselves, and nowhere knocked up against the sun. Wherever we went, the sun showed itself in the morning and hid itself at night, just as it does here." And the Englishman took a stick and, drawing circles on the sand, tried to explain how the sun moves in the heavens and goes round the world. But he was unable to explain it clearly, and pointing to the ship's pilot said, "This man knows more about it than I do. He can explain it properly." The pilot, who was an intelligent man, had listened in silence to the talk till he was asked to speak. Now everyone turned to him, and he said, "You are all misleading one another, and are yourselves deceived. The sun does not go round the earth, but the earth goes round the sun, revolving as it goes and turning towards the sun in the course of each 24 hours, not only Japan and the Philippines and Sumatra where we now are, but Africa and Europe and America, and many lands besides. The sun does not shine for some one mountain, or for some one island, or for some one sea, nor even for one earth alone, but for other planets as well as our earth. If you would only look up at the heavens, instead of at the ground beneath your own feet, you might all understand this, and would then no longer suppose that the sun shines for you, or for your country alone." Thus spoke the wise pilot, who had voyaged much about the world and had gazed much upon the heavens above. So on matters of faith, continued the Chinaman, the student of Confucius, it is pride that causes error and discord among men. As with the sun, so it is with God. Each man wants to have a special god of his own, or at least a special god for his native land. Each nation wishes to confine in its own temples him whom the world cannot contain. Can any temple compare with that which God himself has built to unite all men in one faith and one religion? All human temples are built on the model of this temple, which is God's own world. Every temple has its fonts, its vaulted roof, its lamps, its pictures or sculptures, its inscriptions, its books of the law, its offerings, its altars, and its priests. But in what temple is there such a font as the ocean, such a vault as that of the heavens, such lamps as the sun, moon, and stars, or any figures to be compared with living, loving, mutually helpful men? Where are there any records of God's goodness so easy to understand as the blessings which God has strewn abroad for man's happiness? Where is there any book of the law so clear to each man as that written in his heart? What sacrifices equal the self-denials which loving men and women make for one another? And what altar can be compared with the heart of a good man, on which God himself accepts the sacrifice? The higher a man's conception of God, the better will he know him. And the better he knows God, the nearer will he draw to him, imitating his goodness, his mercy, and his love of man. Therefore, let him who sees the sun's whole light filling the world refrain from blaming or despising the superstitious man, who in his own idol sees one ray of that same light. Let him not despise even the unbeliever who is blind and cannot see the sun at all. So spoke the Chinaman, the student of Confucius, and all who were present in the coffee house were silent, and disputed no more as to whose faith was the best.
20th story, To Dear, Tolstoy's adaptation of a story by Guy de Maupassant. And it was decided to send a similar inquiry to the King of Italy. The French government is republican and has no proper respect for kings. But the King of Italy was a brother monarch and might be induced to do the thing cheaper. So the letter was written, and a prompt reply was received, and he has a palace, and courtiers, and ministers, and a bishop, and generals, and an army. It is not a large army, only 60 men in all, but still it is an army. There were also taxes in this kingdom as elsewhere, a tax on tobacco, and on wine and spirits, and a poll tax. But though the people there drink and smoke as people do in other countries, there are so few of them that the king would have been hard put to it to feed his courtiers and officials and to keep himself, if he had not found a new and special source of revenue. This special revenue comes from a gaming house where people play roulette. People play, and whether they win or lose, the keeper always gets a percentage on the turnover. And out of his profits, he pays a large sum to the king. The reason he pays so much is that it is the only such gambling establishment left in Europe. Some of the little German sovereigns used to keep gaming houses of the same kind, but some years ago they were forbidden to do so. The reason they were stopped was because these gaming houses did so much harm. A man would come and try his luck. Then he would risk all he had and lose it. Then he would even risk money that did not belong to him and lose that too. And then, in despair, he would drown or shoot himself. So the Germans forbade their rulers to make money in this way. But there was no one to stop the King of Monaco, and he remained with a monopoly of the business. So now everyone who wants to gamble goes to Monaco. Whether they win or lose, the king gains by it. You can't earn stone palaces by honest labor, as the proverb says. And the kinglet of Monaco knows it is a dirty business, but what is he to do? He has to live. And to draw a revenue from drink and from tobacco is also not a nice thing. So he lives and reigns, and rakes in the money, and holds his court with all the ceremony of a real king. He has his coronation, his levees, he rewards, sentences, and pardons, and he also has his reviews, councils, laws, and courts of justice, just like other kings, only all on a smaller scale. Now it happened a few years ago that a murder was committed in this toy king's domains. The people of that kingdom are peaceable, and such a thing had not happened before. The judges assembled with much ceremony and tried the case in the most judicial manner. There were judges, and prosecutors, and jurymen, and barristers. They argued and judged, and at last they condemned the criminal to have his head cut off as the law directs. So far, so good. Next they submitted the sentence to the king. The king read the sentence and confirmed it. If the fellow must be executed, execute him. There was only one hitch in the matter, and that was that they had neither a guillotine for cutting heads off, nor an executioner. The ministers considered the matter, and decided to address an inquiry to the French government, asking whether the French could not lend them a machine and an expert to cut off the criminal's head, and if so, would the French kindly inform them what the cost would be. The letter was sent. A week later the reply came: a machine and an expert could be supplied, and the cost would be 16,000 francs. This was laid before the king. He thought it over. 16,000 francs. The wretch is not worth the money, said he. Can it be done, somehow, cheaper? Why, 16,000 francs is more than 2 francs a head on the whole population. The people won't stand it, and it may cause a riot. So a council was called to consider what could be done, and it was decided to send a similar inquiry to the King of Italy. The French government is republican and has no proper respect for kings. But the King of Italy was a brother monarch, and might be induced to do the thing cheaper. So the letter was written, and a prompt reply was received. You may do as you like, but I won't go away. What was to be done? Once more the council was summoned. What course could they adopt? The man would not go. They reflected and considered. The only way to get rid of him was to offer him a pension. And so they reported to the king. There is nothing else for it, said they. We must get rid of him somehow. The sum fixed was 600 francs, and this was announced to the prisoner. Well, said he, I don't mind, so long as you undertake to pay it regularly. On that condition I am willing to go. The general was called and was asked, Can't you find us a soldier who would cut the man's head off? In war they don't mind killing people. In fact, that is what they are trained for. So the general talked it over with the soldiers to see whether one of them would not undertake the job. But none of the soldiers would do it. No, they said, we don't know how to do it. It is not a thing we have been taught. What was to be done? Again the ministers considered and reconsidered. They assembled a commission, and a committee, and a subcommittee, and at last they decided that the best thing would be to alter the death sentence to one of imprisonment for life. This would enable the king to show his mercy, and it would come cheaper. The king agreed to this, and so the matter was arranged. The only hitch now was that there was no suitable prison for a man sentenced for life. There was a small lockup where people were sometimes kept temporarily, but there was no strong prison fit for permanent use. However, they managed to find a place that would do, and they put the young fellow there and placed a guard over him. The guard had to watch the criminal, and had also to fetch his food from the palace kitchen. The prisoner remained there month after month till a year had passed. But when a year had passed, the kinglet, looking over the account of his income and expenditure one day, noticed a new item of expenditure. This was for the keep of the criminal, nor was it a small item either. There was a special guard, and there was also the man's food. It came to more than 600 francs a year, and the worst of it was that the fellow was still young and healthy, and might live for 50 years. When one came to reckon it up, the matter was serious. It would never do. So the king summoned his ministers and said to them, You must find some cheaper way of dealing with this rascal. The present plan is too expensive. And the ministers met and considered and reconsidered, till one of them said, Gentlemen, in my opinion, we must dismiss the guard. But then, rejoined another minister, the fellow will run away. Well, said the first speaker, let him run away, and be hanged to him. So they reported the result of their deliberations to the kinglet, and he agreed with them. The guard was dismissed, and they waited to see what would happen. All that happened was that at dinner time the criminal came out, and, not finding his guard, he went to the king's kitchen to fetch his own dinner. He took what was given him, returned to the prison, shut the door on himself, and stayed inside. Next day the same thing occurred. He went for his food at the proper time. But as for running away, he did not show the least sign of it. What was to be done? They considered the matter again. We shall have to tell him straight out, said they, that we do not want to keep him. So the minister of justice had him brought before him. Why do you not run away? Said the minister. There is no guard to keep you. You can go where you like, and the king will not mind. I dare say the king would not mind, replied the man, but I have nowhere to go. What can I do? You have ruined my character by your sentence, and people will turn their backs on me. Besides, I have got out of the way of working. You have treated me badly. It is not fair. In the first place, when once you sentenced me to death, you ought to have executed me. But you did not do it. That is one thing. I did not complain about that. Then you sentenced me to imprisonment for life and put a guard to bring me my food. But after a time you took him away again, and I had to fetch my own food. Again I did not complain. But now you actually want me to go away. I can't agree to that. You may do as you like, but I won't go away. What was to be done? Once more the council was summoned. What course could they adopt? The man would not go. They reflected and considered. The only way to get rid of him was to offer him a pension. And so they reported to the king. There is nothing else for it, said they. We must get rid of him somehow. The sum fixed was 600 francs, and this was announced to the prisoner. Well, said he, I don't mind, so long as you undertake to pay it regularly. On that condition I am willing to go. So the matter was settled. He received 1/3 of his annuity in advance, and left the king's dominions. It was only a quarter of an hour by rail, and he emigrated, and settled just across the frontier, where he bought a bit of land, started market gardening, and now lives comfortably. So the matter was settled. He received 1/3 of his annuity in advance, and left the king's dominions. It was only a quarter of an hour by rail, and he emigrated, and settled just across the frontier, where he bought a bit of land, started market gardening, and now lives comfortably.
Part 7. Stories given to aid the persecuted Jews. 21st story. Esarhaddon, king of Assyria. The Assyrian king, Esarhaddon, had conquered the kingdom of King Laili, had destroyed and burnt the towns, taken all the inhabitants captive to his own country, slaughtered the warriors, beheaded some chieftains, and impaled or flayed others, and had confined King Laili himself in a cage. As he lay on his bed one night, King Esarhaddon was thinking how he should execute Laili, when suddenly he heard a rustling near his bed, and opening his eyes, saw an old man with a long grey beard and mild eyes. "You wish to execute Laili?" asked the old man. "Yes," answered the king, "but I cannot make up my mind how to do it." "But you are Laili," said the old man. "That's not true," replied the king. "Laili is Laili, and I am I. You and Laili are one," said the old man. "You only imagine you are not Laili, and that Laili is not you." "What do you mean by that?" said the king. "Here am I, lying on a soft bed. Around me are obedient men slaves and women slaves, and tomorrow I shall feast with my friends, as I did today, whereas Laili is sitting like a bird in a cage, and tomorrow he will be impaled, and with his tongue hanging out will struggle till he dies, and his body will be torn in pieces by dogs. You cannot destroy his life," said the old man. "And how about the 14,000 warriors I killed, with whose bodies I built a mound?" said the king. "I am alive, but they no longer exist. Does not that prove that I can destroy life?" "How do you know they no longer exist?" "Because I no longer see them. And above all, they were tormented, but I was not. It was ill for them, but well for me. That, also, only seems so to you. You tortured yourself, but not them. I do not understand, said the king. Do you wish to understand? Yes, I do. Then come here, said the old man, pointing to a large font full of water. The king rose and approached the font. Strip, and enter the font. Esarhaddon did as the old man bade him. As soon as I begin to pour this water over you, said the old man, filling a pitcher with the water, dip down your head. The old man tilted the pitcher over the king's head, and the king bent his head till it was under water. And as soon as King Esarhaddon was under the water, he felt that he was no longer Esarhaddon, but someone else, and, feeling himself to be that other man, he saw himself lying on a rich bed, beside a beautiful woman. He had never seen her before, but he knew she was his wife. The woman raised herself and said to him, Dear husband Laili, you were wearied by yesterday's work, and have slept longer than usual, and I have guarded your rest, and have not roused you. But now the princes await you in the great hall. Dress and go out to them. And Esarhaddon, understanding from these words that he was Laili, and not feeling at all surprised at this, but only wondering that he did not know it before, rose, dressed, and went into the great hall where the princes awaited him. The princes greeted Laili, their king, bowing to the ground, and then they rose, and at his word sat down before him. And the eldest of the princes began to speak, saying that it was impossible longer to endure the insults of the wicked king Esarhaddon, and that they must make war on him. But Laili disagreed, and gave orders that envoys shall be sent to remonstrate with King Esarhaddon, and he dismissed the princes from the audience. Afterwards, he appointed men of note to act as ambassadors, and impressed on them what they were to say to King Esarhaddon. Having finished this business, Esarhaddon, feeling himself to be Laili, rode out to hunt wild asses. The hunt was successful. He killed 2 wild asses himself, and having returned home, feasted with his friends, and witnessed a dance of slave girls. The next day he went to the court, where he was awaited by petitioners' suitors, and prisoners brought for trial, and there as usual, he decided the cases submitted to him. Having finished this business, he again rode out to his favourite amusement, the hunt, and again he was successful, this time killing with his own hand an old lioness and capturing her 2 cubs. After the hunt, he again feasted with his friends and was entertained with music and dances, and the night he spent with the wife whom he loved. So, dividing his time between kingly duties and pleasures, he lived for days and weeks, awaiting the return of the ambassadors he had sent to that King Esarhaddon, who used to be himself. Not till a month had passed did the ambassadors return, and they returned with their noses and ears cut off. King Esarhaddon had ordered them to tell Laili that what had been done to them, the ambassadors, would be done to King Laili himself also, unless he sent immediately a tribute of silver, gold, and cypress wood, and came himself to pay homage to King Esarhaddon. Laili, formerly Esarhaddon, again assembled the princes, and took counsel with them as to what he should do. They all with one accord said that war must be made against Esarhaddon, without waiting for him to attack them. The king agreed, and taking his place at the head of the army, started on the campaign. The campaign lasts 7 days. Each day the king rode round the army to rouse the courage of his warriors. On the 8th day, his army met that of Esarhaddon in a broad valley through which a river flowed. Laili's army fought bravely, but Laili, formerly Esarhaddon, saw the enemy swarming down from the mountains like ants, overrunning the valley and overwhelming his army. And, in his chariot, he flung himself into the midst of the battle, hewing and felling the enemy. But the warriors of Laili were but as hundreds, while those of Esarhaddon were as thousands, and Laili felt himself wounded and taken prisoner. 9 days he journeyed with other captives, bound and guarded by the warriors of Esarhaddon. On the 10th day, he reached Nineveh and was placed in a cage. Layli suffered, not so much from hunger and from his wound, as from shame and impotent rage. He felt how powerless he was to avenge himself on his enemy. For all he was suffering, all he could do was to deprive his enemies of the pleasure of seeing his sufferings. And he firmly resolved to endure courageously, without a murmur, all they could do to him. For 20 days, he sat in his cage, awaiting execution. He saw his relatives and friends led out to death. He heard the groans of those who were executed. Some had their hands and feet cut off. Others were flayed alive. But he showed neither disquietude, nor pity, nor fear. He saw the wife he loved, bound, and led by 2 black eunuchs. He knew she was being taken as a slave to Esarhaddon. That too he bore without a murmur. But one of the guards placed to watch him said, "I pity you, Layli. You were a king, but what are you now?" And hearing these words, Layli remembered all he had lost. He clutched the bars of his cage, and wishing to kill himself, beat his head against them. But he had not the strength to do so, and groaning in despair, he fell upon the floor of his cage. At last, 2 executioners opened his cage door, and having strapped his arms tight behind him, led him to the place of execution, which was soaked with blood. Layli saw a sharp stake dripping with blood, from which the corpse of one of his friends had just been torn, and he understood that this had been done that the stake might serve for his own execution. They stripped Layli of his clothes. He was startled at the leanness of his once strong, handsome body. The 2 executioners seized that body by its lean thighs. They lifted him up and were about to let him fall upon the stake. "This is death, destruction," thought Layli, and forgetful of his resolve to remain bravely calm to the end, he sobbed and prayed for mercy. But no one listened to him. "But this cannot be," thought he. "Surely I am asleep. It is a dream." And he made an effort to rouse himself, and did indeed awake, to find himself neither Esarhaddon nor Layli, but some kind of an animal. He was astonished that he was an animal, and astonished also at not having known this before. He was grazing in a valley, tearing the tender grass with his teeth, and brushing away flies with his long tail. Around him was frolicking a long-legged dark grey ass colt, striped down its back. Kicking up its hind legs, the colt galloped full speed to Esarhaddon, and poking him under the stomach with its smooth little muzzle, searched for the teat, and finding it, quieted down, swallowing regularly. Esarhaddon understood that he was a she-ass, the colt's mother, and this neither surprised nor grieved him, but rather gave him pleasure. He experienced a glad feeling of simultaneous life in himself and in his offspring. But suddenly something flew near with a whistling sound and hit him in the side, and with its sharp point entered his skin and flesh. Feeling a burning pain, Esarhaddon, who was at the same time the ass, tore the udder from the colt's teeth, and laying back his ears, galloped to the herd from which he had strayed. The colt kept up with him, galloping by his side. They had already nearly reached the herd, which had started off, when another arrow in full flight struck the colt's neck. It pierced the skin and quivered in its flesh. The colt sobbed piteously and fell upon its knees. Esarhaddon could not abandon it, and remained standing over it. The colt rose, tottered on its long, thin legs, and again fell. A fearful 2-legged being, a man, ran up and cut its throat. "This cannot be. It is still a dream," thought Esarhaddon, and made a last effort to awake. "Surely I am not Layli, nor the ass, but Esarhaddon." He cried out, and at the same instant lifted his head out of the font. The old man was standing by him, pouring over his head the last drops from the pitcher. Oh, how terribly I have suffered. And for how long? Said Esarhaddon. Long, replied the old man. You have only dipped your head under water and lifted it again. See, the water is not yet all out of the pitcher. Do you now understand? Esarhaddon did not reply, but only looked at the old man with terror. Do you now understand, continued the old man, that lately is you, and the warriors you put to death, were you also, and not the warriors only, but the animals which you slew when hunting, and ate at your feasts, were also you. You thought life dwelt in you alone, but I have drawn aside the veil of delusion, and have let you see that by doing evil to others, you have done it to yourself also. Life is one in them all, and yours is but a portion of this same common life, and only in that one part of life that is yours. Can you make life better or worse? Increasing or decreasing it, you can only improve life in yourself by destroying the barriers that divide your life from that of others, and by considering others as yourself and loving them. By so doing, you increase your share of life. You injure your life when you think of it as the only life, and try to add to its welfare at the expense of other lives. By so doing, you only lessen it. To destroy the life that dwells in others is beyond your power. The life of those you have slain has vanished from your eyes, but is not destroyed. You thought to lengthen your own life and to shorten theirs, but you cannot do this. Life knows neither time nor space. The life of a moment and the life of 1,000 years. Your life and the life of all the visible and invisible beings in the world are equal. To destroy life or to alter it is impossible, for life is the one thing that exists. All else but seems to us to be. Having said this, the old man vanished. Next morning, King Esarhaddon gave orders that Layli and all the prisoners should be set at liberty, and that the executions should cease. On the third day, he called his son, Ashurbanipal, and gave the kingdom over into his hands. And he himself went into the desert to think over all he had learnt. Afterwards, he went about as a wanderer, through the towns and villages, preaching to the people that all life is one, and that when men wish to harm others, they really do evil to themselves.
22nd story, Work, Death and Sickness, a Legend. This is a legend current among the South American Indian. God, say they, at first made men so that they had no need to work. They needed neither houses nor clothes nor food, and they all lived till they were 100, and did not know what illness was. When after some time God looked to see how people were living, he saw that instead of being happy in their life, they had quarrelled with one another, and, each caring for himself, had brought matters to such a pass that far from enjoying life, they cursed it. Then God said to himself, and this comes of their living separately, each for himself. And to change this state of things, God so arranged matters that it became impossible for people to live without working. To avoid suffering from cold and hunger, they were now obliged to build dwellings and to dig the ground and to grow and gather fruits and grain. Work will bring them together, thought God. They cannot make their tools, prepare and transport their timber, build their houses, sow and gather their harvests, spin and weave and make their clothes, each one alone by himself. It will make them understand that the more heartily they work together, the more they will have and the better they will live, and this will unite them. Time passed on, and again God came to see how men were living, and whether they were now happy. But he found them living worse than before. They worked together that they could not help doing, but not all together, being broken up into little groups, and each group tried to snatch work from other groups, and they hindered one another, wasting time and strength in their struggles, so that things went ill with them all. Having seen that this too was not well, God decided so as to arrange things that man should not know the time of his death, but might die at any moment. And he announced this to them. Knowing that each of them may die at any moment, thought God, they will not, by grasping at gains that may last so short a time, spoil the hours of life allotted to them. But it turned out otherwise. When God returned to see how people were living, he saw that their life was as bad as ever. Those who were strongest, availing themselves of the fact that men might die at any time, subdued those who were weaker, killing some and threatening others with death. And it came about that the strongest and their descendants did no work, and suffered from the weariness of idleness, while those who were weaker had to work beyond their strength and suffered from lack of rest. Each set of men feared and hated the other, and the life of man became yet more unhappy. Having seen all this, God, to mend matters, decided to make use of one last means. He sent all kinds of sickness among men. God thought that when all men were exposed to sickness, they would understand that those who are well should have pity on those who are sick, and should help them, that when they themselves fall ill, those who are well might in turn help them. And again God went away, but when he came back to see how men lived now that they were subject to sicknesses, he saw that their life was worse even than before. The very sickness that in God's purpose should have united men had divided them more than ever. Those men who were strong enough to make others work forced them also to wait on them in times of sickness, but they did not, in their turn, look after others who were ill. And those who were forced to work for others and to look after them when sick were so worn with work that they had no time to look after their own sick, but left them without attendance. That the sight of sick folk might not disturb the pleasures of the wealthy, houses were arranged in which these poor people suffered and died, far from those whose sympathy might have cheered them, and in the arms of hired people who nursed them without compassion or even with disgust. Moreover, people considered many of the illnesses infectious, and, fearing to catch them, not only avoided the sick, but even separated themselves from those who attended the sick. Then God said to himself, if even this means will not bring men to understand wherein their happiness lies, let them be taught by suffering. And God left men to themselves, and, left to themselves, men lived long before they understood that they all ought to and might be happy. Only in the very latest times have a few of them begun to understand that work ought not to be a bugbear to some and like galley slavery for others, but should be a common and happy occupation, uniting all men. They have begun to understand that with death constantly threatening each of us, the only reasonable business of every man is to spend the years, months, hours, and minutes allotted him in unity and love. They have begun to understand that sickness, far from dividing men, should, on the contrary, give opportunity for loving union with one another.
12th third story, 3 questions. It once occurred to a certain king that if he always knew the right time to begin everything, if he knew who were the right people to listen to and whom to avoid, and, above all, if he always knew what was the most important thing to do, he would never fail in anything he might undertake. And this thought having occurred to him, he had it proclaimed throughout his kingdom that he would give a great reward to anyone who would teach him what was the right time for every action, and who were the most necessary people, and how he might know what was the most important thing to do. And learned men came to the king, but they all answered his questions differently. In reply to the first question, some said that to know the right time for every action, one must draw up in advance a table of days, months, and years, and must live strictly according to it. Only thus, said they, could everything be done at its proper time. Others declared that it was impossible to decide beforehand the right time for every action, but that, not letting oneself be absorbed in idle pastimes, one should always attend to all that was going on, and then do what was most needful. Others, again, said that however attentive the king might be to what was going on, it was impossible for one man to decide correctly the right time for every action, but that he should have a council of wise men, who would help him to fix the proper time for everything. But then again others said there were some things which could not wait to be laid before a council, but about which one had at once to decide whether to undertake them or not. But in order to decide that one must know beforehand what was going to happen. It is only magicians who know that, and, therefore in order to know the right time for every action, one must consult magicians. Equally various were the answers to the second question. Some said, the people the king most needed were his counselors, others, the priests, others, the doctors, while some said the warriors were the most necessary. To the third question, as to what was the most important occupation, some replied that the most important thing in the world was science. Others said it was skill in warfare, and others, again, that it was religious worship. All the answers being different, the king agreed with none of them, and gave the reward to none. But still wishing to find the right answers to his questions, he decided to consult a hermit, widely renowned for his wisdom. The hermit lived in a wood which he never quitted, and he received none but common folk. So the king put on simple clothes, and before reaching the hermit's cell dismounted from his horse, and, leaving his bodyguard behind, went on alone. When the king approached, the hermit was digging the ground in front of his hut. Seeing the king, he greeted him and went on digging. The hermit was frail and weak, and each time he stuck his spade into the ground and turned a little earth, he breathed heavily. The king went up to him and said, I have come to you, wise hermit, to ask you to answer 3 questions. How can I learn to do the right thing at the right time? Who are the people I most need, and to whom should I, therefore, pay more attention than to the rest? And, what affairs are the most important and need my first attention? The hermit listened to the king, but answered nothing. He just spat on his hand and recommenced digging. You are tired, said the king, let me take the spade and work a while for you. Thanks, said the hermit, and, giving the spade to the king, he sat down on the ground. When he had dug 2 beds, the king stopped and repeated his questions. The hermit again gave no answer, but rose, stretched out his hand for the spade, and said, Now rest a while, and let me work a bit. But the king did not give him the spade, and continued to dig. 1 hour passed, and another. The sun began to sink behind the trees, and the king at last stuck the spade into the ground, and said, I came to you, wise man, for an answer to my questions. If you can give me none, tell me so, and I will return home. Here comes someone running, said the hermit, let us see who it is. The king turned round, and saw a bearded man come running out of the wood. The man held his hands pressed against his stomach, and blood was flowing from under them. When he reached the king, he fell fainting on the ground moaning feebly. The king and the hermit unfastened the man's clothing. There was a large wound in his stomach. The king washed it as best he could, and bandaged it with his handkerchief and with a towel the hermit had. But the blood would not stop flowing, and the king again and again removed the bandage soaked with warm blood, and washed and rebandaged the wound. When at last the blood ceased flowing, the man revived and asked for something to drink. The king brought fresh water and gave it to him. Meanwhile the sun had set, and it had become cool. So the king, with the hermit's help, carried the wounded man into the hut and laid him on the bed. Lying on the bed the man closed his eyes and was quiet, but the king was so tired with his walk and with the work he had done, that he crouched down on the threshold, and also fell asleep so soundly that he slept all through the short summer night. When he awoke in the morning, it was long before he could remember where he was, or who was the strange bearded man lying on the bed and gazing intently at him with shining eyes. Forgive me, said the bearded man in a weak voice, when he saw that the king was awake and was looking at him. I do not know you, and have nothing to forgive you for, said the king. You do not know me, but I know you. I am that enemy of yours who swore to revenge himself on you, because you executed his brother and seized his property. I knew you had gone alone to see the hermit, and I resolved to kill you on your way back. But the day passed and you did not return. So I came out from my ambush to find you, and I came upon your bodyguard, and they recognized me, and wounded me. I escaped from them, but should have bled to death had you not dressed my wound. I wished to kill you, and you have saved my life. Now, if I live, and if you wish it, I will serve you as your most faithful slave, and will bid my sons do the same. Forgive me. The king was very glad to have made peace with his enemy so easily, and to have gained him for a friend, and he not only forgave him, but said he would send his servants and his own physician to attend him, and promised to restore his property. Having taken leave of the wounded man, the king went out into the porch and looked around for the hermit. Before going away, he wished once more to beg an answer to the questions he had put. The hermit was outside, on his knees, sowing seeds in the beds that had been dug the day before. The king approached him, and said, "For the last time, I pray you to answer my questions. Wise man, you have already been answered," said the hermit, still crouching on his thin legs, and looking up at the king, who stood before him. "How answered?" "What do you mean?" asked the king. "Do you not see?" replied the hermit. "If you had not pitied my weakness yesterday, and had not dug these beds for me, but had gone your way, that man would have attacked you, and you would have repented of not having stayed with me. So the most important time was when you were digging the beds, and I was the most important man, and to do me good was your most important business. Afterwards, when that man ran to us, the most important time was when you were attending to him, for if you had not bound up his wounds, he would have died without having made peace with you. So he was the most important man, and what you did for him was your most important business. Remember then, there is only one time that is important now. It is the most important time because it is the only time when we have any power. The most necessary man is he with whom you are, for no man knows whether he will ever have dealings with anyone else, and the most important affair is, to do him good, because for that purpose alone was man sent into this life."
Review. I'll start with the first story from Tolstoy's 23 Tales based on the Lewis and Aylmer Maude 1907 translation. Story 1. God sees the truth, but waits. God sees the truth, but waits is a profound tale of injustice, faith, and ultimate redemption. The story follows Ivan Dmitryich Aksionov, a prosperous merchant from Vladimir, Russia, whose life takes a tragic turn when he's falsely accused of murder during a business trip. Despite his wife's prophetic dream warning him not to travel, Aksionov embarks on his journey, only to be arrested when a bloody knife is discovered in his belongings at an inn where another merchant is found dead. The cruel hand of fate sends him to prison in Siberia, where he spends 26 years of his life. Even his wife's visit brings no solace, as doubt clouds her eyes when she sees him. As years pass, Aksionov's auburn hair turns white. His demeanor transforms from that of a jovial merchant to a quiet, pious man who earns the nickname Grandfather among fellow inmates. The story's pivotal moment arrives when Makar Semyonich, the actual murderer, ends up in the same prison. When Aksionov discovers the truth, he faces a moral choice: seek revenge or choose forgiveness. In a triumph of the human spirit, he chooses the latter. This decision leads to Makar's eventual confession and plea for forgiveness, which Aksionov grants, though he dies before his name can be cleared. The narrative weaves together themes of divine justice, the power of forgiveness, and spiritual transformation through suffering. Tolstoy masterfully demonstrates how truth, though delayed, eventually surfaces, and how genuine peace comes not from worldly justice but from spiritual enlightenment. Through Aksionov's journey from a successful merchant to a wrongly condemned man, and finally to a figure of wisdom and forgiveness, the story illustrates that while God may not prevent injustice, divine truth and justice ultimately prevail, even if one must wait. Story 2. A Prisoner in the Caucasus. A Prisoner in the Caucasus is a gripping tale of survival, cultural conflict, and human resilience set against the backdrop of Russia's military campaigns in the Caucasus Mountains. The story follows Zhilin, a Russian officer who, along with his fellow officer Kostilin, is captured by Tartars while traveling through a dangerous mountain pass. The narrative vividly portrays the stark contrast between Russian and Tartar cultures, as Zhilin finds himself held for ransom in a remote mountain village. While his wealthy comrade Kostilin waits passively for redemption, Zhilin, whose family lacks the means to pay the ransom, must rely on his wit and skills to survive. He gains favor with his captors by fixing clocks and making toys for the village children, particularly befriending Dina, the young daughter of his captor. Through Zhilin's eyes, Tolstoy paints a nuanced picture of Tartar life, neither wholly condemning nor romanticizing their culture. The protagonist's resourcefulness shines through in his escape attempts, the first unsuccessful when Koslin's physical weakness slows them down, leading to their recapture and harsher confinement. The second attempt succeeds thanks to Dina's help, who risks her safety to provide him with a long pole to scale the compound's walls. The story transcends a simple adventure tale to explore themes of cultural understanding, the futility of conflict, and the universal human capacity for kindness even among enemies. Through Gelin's relationship with Dinah and his observations of Tartar life, Tolstoy suggests that human connections can bridge the deepest divides of war and culture. The story concludes with Gelin's successful escape and return to his fort, leaving readers with a powerful message about the triumph of human spirit and the unexpected bonds that can form in the most hostile circumstances. This tale stands as a testament to Tolstoy's masterful ability to weave adventure, cultural commentary, and profound human insight into a compelling narrative that resonates well beyond its historical context. Story 3: The Bear Hunt. The Bear Hunt is a thrilling and atmospheric tale that captures the raw intensity of a traditional Russian winter hunt, transforming a simple hunting narrative into a profound meditation on man versus nature. The story follows a group of hunters, led by an experienced peasant named Damian, as they track a formidable bear through the snow-laden forest. Tolstoy's vivid descriptions transport readers into the frigid Russian wilderness, where the crunch of snow underfoot and the eerie silence of the winter forest create a palpable tension. The hunt begins when villagers report a bear's presence near their beehives, and the hunting party sets out to track the creature. The author masterfully builds suspense as the hunters follow the bear's trail, reading signs in the disturbed snow and broken branches that tell of the animal's recent passage. The climax arrives in a heart-stopping confrontation between man and beast. When the bear charges, the initial shot misses, leading to a terrifying close-quarters battle. The hunter finds himself face-to-face with the massive creature, experiencing moments of primal fear and survival instinct. Damian's expertise and quick thinking ultimately saved the day, but not before readers experience the full terror and exhilaration of the encounter. Through this intense narrative, Tolstoy explores themes of human courage, the relationship between man and nature, and the thin line between hunter and hunted. The story goes beyond mere adventure to examine the ancient practice of hunting not as sport, but as a necessary part of rural Russian life. The bear itself becomes almost mythical, a symbol of nature's raw power and the wilderness that humans must both respect and contend with. The tale concludes with a successful kill, but leaves readers contemplating the price of victory and the complex relationship between humans and the natural world. Tolstoy's masterful storytelling transforms what could have been a simple hunting story into a rich exploration of courage, tradition, and the eternal struggle between civilization and wilderness. Story 4: What Men Live By. What Men Live By is a deeply spiritual and philosophical tale that follows the transformation of an angel named Michael, who is sent to Earth to learn 3 important human truths after disobeying God. The story begins when a poor shoemaker, Simon, discovers a naked man, the angel Michael, lying near a shrine on a cold evening. Despite his own poverty, Simon takes the stranger home, where his initially reluctant wife Maria eventually welcomes him with compassion. The mysterious man becomes Simon's apprentice, showing extraordinary skill at shoemaking. Over 6 years, he never smiles until 3 remarkable incidents reveal the truths he was sent to learn. The first truth emerges when he smiles at a wealthy customer who orders boots but will die within hours, teaching him that humans don't know what they truly need. The second truth comes when he recognizes a pair of twin girls whose mother died in childbirth, showing him that humans survive through love, not just by caring for themselves. The final truth is revealed when he sees the woman who had taken in the orphaned twins, helping him understand that God wants humans to live not by worry about their needs, but by love. Through these experiences, Michael learns that all humans live not by taking care of themselves, but by love, that it is not given to them to know what they need, and that they remain alive not by what they do for themselves, but by what God has planted in them and in all humans. Love. The angel's presence transforms not only his own understanding but also the lives of Simon and Maria, who grow spiritually through their act of kindness. Tolstoy weaves this supernatural tale with realistic details of Russian peasant life, creating a powerful narrative that explores themes of divine love, human compassion, and the interconnectedness of all beings. The story's simple yet profound message about the power of love and the importance of human connection resonates deeply, making it one of Tolstoy's most beloved moral tales. Through this narrative, he suggests that true human fulfillment comes not from material success or self-reliance, but from living in accordance with divine love and showing compassion to others. Story 5. A spark neglected burns the house. A spark neglected burns the house is a powerful cautionary tale about how small conflicts, when left unresolved, can escalate into devastating consequences. The story centers on Ivan Sherbakov, a prosperous peasant farmer, and his neighbor Gabriel, whose initially friendly relationship deteriorates over a seemingly trivial incident involving a hen's egg. The narrative begins with Ivan's elderly father warning about the dangers of letting small disputes fester, comparing them to sparks that can grow into destructive fires. This wisdom is initially ignored when Ivan's daughter-in-law accuses Gabriel's mother of stealing an egg. What starts as a minor disagreement quickly spirals into a bitter feud between the two families, with each slight and retribution growing more serious than the last. Tolstoy masterfully depicts how pride, stubbornness, and revenge poison both families' lives. The conflict escalates from verbal insults to property damage, then to physical confrontations. The children of both families become involved, and the once peaceful neighborhood transforms into a battleground of spite and malice. Legal complaints are filed, and the families waste their resources on court cases and fines. The story reaches its tragic climax when Gabriel, in a moment of drunken anger, sets fire to Ivan's house. The fire spreads rapidly, destroying not only Ivan's property but eventually consuming Gabriel's home as well. Both families are left destitute, their years of prosperity and hard work reduced to ashes because they allowed a small spark of discord to blaze into an inferno of hatred. Through this tragic tale, Tolstoy illustrates the destructive power of unresolved conflict and the foolishness of human pride. The story serves as a profound meditation on forgiveness, the importance of heeding wise counsel, and the devastating consequences of allowing petty grievances to override reason and neighborly love. The old father's initial warning proves prophetic, demonstrating how wisdom ignored leads to ruin, and how the cost of pride and vengeance far outweighs the effort of maintaining peace. Story 6. Two Old Men. Two Old Men is a deeply spiritual tale that follows the parallel journeys of two peasant friends, Ephim and Elisha, who make a vow to undertake a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Though both men are elderly and devout, their paths diverge dramatically, revealing profound truths about the nature of true faith and genuine worship. The wealthier Ephim and the humbler Elisha set out together, but their journey takes an unexpected turn when they reach the Volga region. Here they encounter a village devastated by famine. While Ephim continues his determined march toward Jerusalem, focused on reaching his religious destination, Elisha stops to help a dying family. He spends his pilgrimage money on food and supplies, nurses the sick back to health, helps plant crops, and essentially brings life back to the desperate household and their neighbors. Tolstoy masterfully contrasts Ephim's physical journey to the Holy Land with Elisha's spiritual journey of compassion. Ephim reaches Jerusalem and performs all the traditional religious observations, visiting sacred sites and praying at holy places. Meanwhile, Elisha, having spent all his money and time helping the famine-stricken family, quietly returns home without reaching Jerusalem. The story's profound message emerges when Ephim, returning from his pilgrimage, stops at the previously desperate village and discovers the transformation wrought by his friend's kindness. He learns that the villagers were saved by a mysterious, bald-headed old man, whom they regarded as an angel of God. Only later does Ephraim realize this was his friend Elisha, and through a dream, he understands that while he made the physical journey to Jerusalem, it was Elisha who truly fulfilled God's will through his acts of mercy. Through this tale, Tolstoy explores the essence of true spirituality, suggesting that genuine worship lies not in formal religious observances or pilgrimages to holy places, but in practical acts of love and compassion toward those in need. The story powerfully illustrates that the path to spiritual fulfillment often leads not to grand religious sites, but to wherever human suffering calls for mercy and aid. Story 7. Where Love Is, God Is. Where Love Is, God Is a touching story of spiritual awakening that follows Martin Avdeich, a humble cobbler who finds profound meaning in life after experiencing deep personal loss. Following the death of his wife and son, Martin falls into despair until he is transformed by reading the Gospels and an unexpected spiritual journey. Living alone in his basement workshop, Martin spends his days mending shoes and gazing through his window at the feet of passers-by. One night, he receives what he believes to be a divine message that the Lord will visit him the next day. Throughout that day, rather than receiving a miraculous visitation, Martin encounters several people in need. A struggling old street sweeper whom he invites in for tea, a young mother with a crying baby whom he helps with food and money, and an old woman selling apples who needs his intervention to resolve a conflict with a boy who has stolen from her. Tolstoy masterfully weaves these seemingly ordinary encounters with Martin's growing realization that these moments are themselves sacred. As evening falls, Martin feels disappointed that his expected divine visitor never arrived. However, while reading his Bible that night, he experiences a revelation. In helping each person that day, he was actually serving Christ himself, as written in the Gospel, "For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me." Through the simple acts of kindness, offering warmth to the cold, food to the hungry, and reconciliation to those in conflict, Martin discovers the profound truth that God is present in every act of love and compassion. The story beautifully illustrates Tolstoy's belief that divine presence is found not in grand religious ceremonies or mystical experiences, but in the everyday acts of kindness and human connection. The tale concludes with Martin's understanding that his divine visitor had indeed come in the form of each person he helped, teaching readers that God's presence is manifested through acts of love and service to others. This story stands as one of Tolstoy's most beloved parables, demonstrating how spiritual fulfillment comes through practical expressions of love and compassion in daily life. Story 8. The Story of Ivan the Fool. The Story of Ivan the Fool is a satirical fairy tale that cleverly critiques social hierarchies, military power, and conventional notions of wisdom through the adventures of three brothers and their sister. The story follows Ivan, deemed a fool by society's standards, his two clever brothers, Semyon the soldier and Taras the stout, and their sister Martha. The tale begins when the devil, frustrated that people are living contentedly, sends three imps to ruin the siblings. Each imp targets a different brother, one to corrupt Semyon through military might, another to destroy Taras through merchant wealth, and the third to undermine Ivan through agricultural destruction. While the clever brothers initially succeed, Semyon becoming a great military leader and Taras a wealthy merchant, Ivan's apparent foolishness proves to be his strength. Tolstoy brilliantly subverts expectations as Ivan's simple wisdom repeatedly foils the devil's schemes. When the imp tries to ruin his farming, Ivan simply works harder. When injured soldiers from Semyon's wars seek refuge, Ivan welcomes them. When Taras's failed merchants come begging, Ivan provides for them too. His kingdom operates on simple principles. Everyone must work. Calloused hands are a mark of honor, and money is unnecessary. Even when he becomes a ruler, he maintains his simple lifestyle and insists that all work, including the nobles. The story takes a fascinating turn when Ivan's kingdom prospers precisely because of its rejection of conventional wisdom. There are no military forces, no monetary system, and no class distinctions. People work only until tired, eat when hungry, and help one another freely. The imp's attempts to introduce complexity and corruption fail because Ivan's foolish simplicity proves immune to their sophisticated temptations. Through this elaborate fairy tale, Tolstoy delivers a powerful critique of societal institutions and values. The story suggests that true wisdom lies not in military might, commercial success, or conventional cleverness, but in simple living, honest labor, and mutual care. Ivan's foolishness represents a higher wisdom that recognizes the futility of war, the emptiness of wealth, and the value of straightforward, communal living. The tale concludes with the devil's defeat and the triumph of Ivan's simple but profound philosophy, illustrating Tolstoy's belief that genuine human happiness comes not from complexity and competition, but from simple honest living and cooperation. Story 9. Evil allures but good endures. Evil allures but good endures is a compelling moral tale that follows the spiritual battle between a humble shoemaker named Nicholas and a wealthy, corrupt nobleman. The story unfolds in a small Russian village where Nicholas, known for his devout Christian life and honest work, becomes the target of the nobleman's cruel entertainment. The nobleman, intrigued by Nicholas's reputation for unshakable faith and goodness, decides to test him through a series of increasingly malicious provocations. He begins by refusing to pay for his shoes, then escalates to publicly insulting Nicholas, and finally destroys his property. Yet with each attack, Nicholas responds with patience and forgiveness, refusing to abandon his principles even in the face of deliberate cruelty. Tolstoy masterfully portrays the internal struggle of both characters, the nobleman's growing frustration at his inability to break Nicholas's spirit, and Nicholas's quiet strength in maintaining his moral compass despite severe provocation. The story reaches its climax when the nobleman, driven to desperate anger by Nicholas's persistent goodness, decides to burn down the shoemaker's house. However, in attempting this final act of malice, the nobleman himself becomes trapped in the fire. In the pivotal moment, Nicholas risks his own life to save his tormentor from the flames. This selfless act finally breaks through the nobleman's hardened heart, leading to his moral transformation. Overwhelmed by Nicholas's genuine goodness and sacrifice, the nobleman undergoes a profound change, eventually seeking forgiveness and reforming his life. Through this powerful narrative, Tolstoy illustrates how genuine goodness, though often tested, has the power to overcome evil through persistent patience and unconditional love. The story demonstrates that true strength lies not in wealth or power, but in maintaining moral integrity, even in the face of persecution. The title itself becomes a living truth through the narrative. While evil may temporarily allure and seem powerful, good ultimately endures and transforms both the persecuted and the persecutor. Story 10. Little Girls Wiser Than Men. Little Girls Wiser Than Men is a deceptively simple yet profound tale that contrasts the innocent wisdom of children with the foolish pride of adults. The story unfolds on a bright Easter Sunday in a Russian village where two young girls, Malasha and Akulya, are playing together in the muddy streets after a spring thaw. The narrative begins peacefully as the girls play with their dolls and make clay pies near a puddle. When Akulya accidentally splashes her friend's dress, instead of getting angry, Malasha simply responds by playing in the water herself. However, the situation takes a turn when their mothers notice their mud-soiled dresses. What starts as a minor incident between children escalates into a bitter argument between adults as the mothers begin trading insults. Tolstoy masterfully shows how the conflict spreads like a contagion through the village. The girls' fathers become involved, then other villagers take sides, and soon the entire community is embroiled in a heated dispute. While the adults exchange increasingly hostile words and threats, the two little girls have long since forgotten their initial splash and return to playing together happily. The story reaches its climax when the village elder, passing by, observes the absurd scene. Adults fighting furiously while the children who sparked the incident are peacefully playing together, having resolved their differences without any fuss. The contrast between the children's natural wisdom in forgetting grievances and the adult's foolish persistence in nursing them becomes starkly clear. Through this simple tale, Tolstoy delivers a powerful message about the nature of conflict, forgiveness, and human wisdom. The children's instinctive ability to move past differences and maintain friendship serves as a lesson to the quarreling adults. The story suggests that true wisdom often lies not in sophisticated adult reasoning, but in the natural, uncomplicated approach of children who understand that friendship and play are more important than pride and grievances. The title itself becomes ironic as the little girls prove indeed wiser than their elders in the art of living harmoniously. Story 11. Ilyas. Ilyas is a poignant tale about the true nature of happiness and wealth, following the rise, fall, and spiritual awakening of a Bashkir peasant named Ilyas. The story traces his journey from poverty to prosperity and back again, revealing profound truths about contentment and the meaning of success. Initially a poor man with just 7 horses and 2 cows, Ilyas works diligently with his wife Shemagi to build their fortune. Through careful management and hard work, their wealth grows impressively, eventually amassing vast herds of horses, cattle, and sheep, along with numerous servants and extensive lands. Yet with their increasing prosperity comes a gradual deterioration of their happiness and peace of mind. Tolstoy masterfully portrays how wealth brings unexpected burdens, constant worry about their possessions, conflicts with neighbors over grazing rights, dishonest servants stealing from them, and the loss of simple pleasures they once enjoyed. Their growing fortune paradoxically leads to growing discontent, as they find themselves prisoners of their own success. The story takes a dramatic turn when a series of misfortunes, harsh winters, disease among their animals, and failed harvests, strips them of everything. Reduced to working as laborers for a former neighbor, Ilyas and his wife make a surprising discovery. They find greater contentment in their renewed simplicity than they ever experienced during their wealthy years. Working as a gardener's helper, Ilyas realizes that his current life, though materially poor, is rich in peace and satisfaction. The tale reaches its philosophical climax when a visiting merchant asks Ilyas about his past prosperity and current poverty. Ilyas explains that he and his wife are actually happier now than when they were wealthy, having learned that true wealth lies not in possessions, but in freedom from worry and in contentment with what one has. He concludes that their earlier life of wealth was not living, but merely taking care of property, while their current simple existence allows them to truly live. Through this story, Tolstoy delivers a powerful message about the nature of happiness and the burden of possessions. The narrative suggests that true contentment comes not from accumulating wealth, but from living simply and appreciating life's basic pleasures. Ilyas's journey from poverty to wealth and back to poverty becomes a spiritual pilgrimage, teaching him and readers that genuine happiness often lies in having less rather than more. Story 12. The Three Hermits. The Three Hermits is a mystical tale that explores the essence of true spirituality through the encounter between a bishop and 3 simple holy men living on a remote island. The story begins when passengers on a ship sailing the White Sea tell their bishop about 3 elderly hermits who live in perfect isolation, seeking their salvation through simple prayer. Intrigued and feeling duty-bound to provide proper religious instruction, the bishop arranges to visit the island. There he finds 3 elderly men, described as radiant but simple, who live in complete harmony with nature. Their only prayer is a rudimentary one. 3 are ye, 3 are we. Have mercy upon us. The bishop, though moved by their piety, feels compelled to teach them the Lord's Prayer, spending hours helping them memorize what he considers a more proper form of worship. Tolstoy masterfully builds the story's tension as the bishop departs, satisfied with his good deed only to witness an extraordinary sight. As the ship sails away in the gathering dusk, the 3 hermits appear running across the surface of the water, their white beards gleaming, calling out to the bishop that they have forgotten the prayer he taught them. This miraculous scene transforms the bishop's understanding of true spirituality. The story reaches its profound climax when the humbled bishop tells the hermits to continue with their simple prayer, recognizing that their pure hearts and direct communion with God transcend formal religious instruction. "Your own prayer will reach the Lord, men of God," he tells them. "It is not for me to teach you. Pray for us sinners." Through this deceptively simple tale, Tolstoy delivers a powerful message about the nature of genuine spirituality. He suggests that true holiness resides not in formal religious knowledge or complicated prayers, but in the purity of heart and direct communion with the divine. The hermit's simple prayer and miraculous ability to walk on water demonstrate that their unschooled devotion is more powerful than learned theological understanding. The story serves as a critique of institutional religion while celebrating the power of simple, sincere faith. The bishop's humbling realization that these primitive hermits possess a deeper connection to God than his own learned prayers represents Tolstoy's belief that genuine spirituality transcends formal religious education and ritual. Story 13. The Imp and the Crust. The Imp and the Crust is a clever moral fable that follows a young imp who fails to earn his spurs in the devil's service, leading to a tale of temptation, peasant wisdom, and the unexpected consequences of evil intentions. The story begins when the imp fails to corrupt a good peasant who had been assigned to him, leading to punishment from the devil himself. The narrative centers on the imp's attempt to redeem himself by corrupting a different peasant through the simple device of a crust of bread. The imp places the crust in the peasant's path, believing that this small temptation will lead to greater sins. The peasant, finding the crust, follows the custom of respecting bread as sacred and, instead of ignoring it, picks it up and places it on a fence post so it won't be trampled. Tolstoy weaves an intricate chain of events as the imp's simple plan produces unexpected results. The crust, rather than leading to sin, becomes a catalyst for a series of good deeds. A wealthy merchant sees the peasant's respectful treatment of the bread, is impressed by his piety, and ends up helping him. The peasant's subsequent prosperity leads him not to greed or corruption, but to greater generosity and kindness toward others. The story reaches its ironic climax when the imp returns to report his failure to the devil. Instead of causing the peasant's downfall, the imp's scheme has led to more goodness in the world. The devil's punishment of the imp becomes even more severe, teaching that evil intentions often backfire and produce unintended positive consequences. Through this witty tale, Tolstoy illustrates how attempts to corrupt can inadvertently lead to good when they encounter genuine virtue. The story serves as both a moral lesson about the power of simple goodness to transform evil intentions and a satire of the devil's methods. It suggests that true virtue, even when tested, can turn temptation into opportunity for good, making the imp's failure a triumph of human decency over diabolic schemes. Story 14. How much land does a man need? How much land does a man need is a powerful parable about greed and the futility of excessive ambition, following the tragic story of Pahom, a peasant farmer whose insatiable desire for land leads to his downfall. The tale begins with a simple debate between Pahom's wife and her wealthy merchant sister about whether urban or rural life is preferable. Pahom declares that his only complaint about rural life is having too little land, boasting that with enough land he would fear no one, not even the devil. This boast sets the story in motion as the devil, overhearing, decides to test Pahom by tempting him with ever-increasing opportunities for land acquisition. As Pahom acquires more land, his character transforms. He becomes increasingly possessive, quarrelsome with neighbors, and perpetually dissatisfied with what he has. Tolstoy masterfully charts Pahom's moral descent as he moves from place to place, always seeking more land. Each acquisition brings temporary satisfaction, followed by renewed discontent. The story reaches its climax when Pahom hears of an extraordinary opportunity among the Bashkirs. For just 1,000 rubles, he can have all the land he can walk around in a single day. The only condition is that he must return to his starting point by sunset, or lose both his money and the land. The final scene is a masterpiece of dramatic tension as Pahom begins his walk at dawn. Tempted by ever more attractive pieces of land, he walks farther and farther, constantly adjusting his route to include better plots. As the day progresses, his ambition battles with his growing exhaustion and the setting sun. In a desperate final sprint to reach the starting point before sunset, Pahom pushes himself beyond his limits. The story's devastating conclusion answers its titular question with grim irony. Pahom reaches his starting point, but drops dead from exhaustion, leaving him with only 6 feet of earth for his grave. His servant buries him in that small plot, all the land a man ultimately needs. Through this tragic tale, Tolstoy delivers a powerful message about the destructive nature of greed and the folly of excessive material ambition. The story serves as a stark warning about how the pursuit of wealth can consume a person's life and ultimately lead to their destruction. The devil's victory comes not through direct confrontation, but through exploiting Pahom's own greed, suggesting that our greatest enemies often lie within our own desires and ambitions. Story 15. A Grain as Big as a Hen's Egg. A Grain as Big as a Hen's Egg is a thought-provoking tale that uses the discovery of an unusual grain to explore themes of agricultural wisdom, human progress, and the lost virtues of simpler times. The story begins when a remarkable discovery is made, a grain of corn as large as a hen's egg, sparking curiosity and wonder among the villagers. The narrative unfolds as people try to understand the origin of this extraordinary grain. The discovery leads to a series of encounters with increasingly elderly individuals, each providing a window into earlier times. First, an old man of 70 explains that such grains were more common in his father's time, when the earth was more fertile and people lived more honestly. Tolstoy masterfully builds the story through a succession of even older witnesses, each describing how the land was more bountiful and people were more virtuous in their youth. The tale reaches its climax with the appearance of a supernatural figure, an ancient man who emerges from a crack in a mountain, so old that he can barely move and must be helped to speak. This ancient being reveals the profound truth at the heart of the story. In his youth, all grain grew to such size because the earth was virgin. People lived in harmony with nature, and no one considered the land their personal property. He explains that as people became more selfish, claimed private ownership of land, and forgot the ways of their ancestors, both the soil and the grain gradually diminished in quality. Through this simple yet profound tale, Tolstoy delivers a powerful critique of modern agricultural practices and human society's movement away from natural living. The increasingly massive grain serves as a physical metaphor for humanity's lost connection with nature and traditional values. The story suggests that progress and civilization, rather than improving life, have led to both physical and moral degradation. The narrative concludes with a sobering message about how human greed and the concept of private property have not only diminished the Earth's natural abundance, but also corrupted human character. The extraordinary grain stands as a reminder of what has been lost through modernization and the abandonment of simpler, more communal ways of life. Story 16. The Godson. The story follows a man who becomes the godfather to an orphaned boy, taking on the responsibility of guiding him in his spiritual education. As the boy grows up, the godfather sends him into the world with 3 tasks: to learn what dwells in man, what is not given to man, and what men live by. The godson's journey of self-discovery takes him through various encounters and experiences, including a period of living as a hermit. Through these experiences, he gradually comes to understand deep spiritual truths: that evil dwells in man, that it is not given to man to know what he truly needs, and that men live by love. These revelations mark the culmination of the godson's spiritual growth and provide answers to the questions he was tasked with exploring. The story conveys a profound moral message about the importance of spiritual wisdom and the role of love in human life. Tolstoy uses the Godson's journey to illustrate the process of learning through experience and reflection, showing how understanding human nature and embracing love are central to spiritual growth. The tasks given by the Godfather serve as a framework for the Godson's exploration of essential truths about humanity, knowledge, and the power of love. The Godson's eventual realization that men live by love highlights the story's overarching message about the transformative and sustaining power of love in human existence. The narrative is rich with religious and philosophical themes, including the significance of spiritual mentorship, the nature of evil within humanity, the limitations of human knowledge, and the journey toward wisdom through lived experience. It emphasizes that while human beings are inherently flawed and limited, love is the force that unites and sustains them. Tolstoy's lesson is clear. True wisdom is attained not through theoretical knowledge, but through life's experiences, and at the heart of human life lies the power of love. This story serves as a reminder of the profound truths that can be discovered through humility, reflection, and an open heart. Story 17. The Repentant Sinner. The story centers on a man who lives a life of sin and violence, but experiences a profound moment of repentance on his deathbed. After his death, he arrives at the gates of heaven, only to find them locked. Despite his heartfelt pleas and his acknowledgement of his sinful life, he is initially denied entry. Desperate, he searches his memory for any good deeds he may have done and recalls only one, giving a turnip to a beggar. When this small act of kindness is mentioned, the gates of heaven begin to open, symbolizing that even the tiniest gesture of generosity, when coupled with genuine repentance, can lead to salvation. The story concludes with the man entering heaven, saved not by the magnitude of his good deeds, but by the sincerity of his repentance and the mercy of God. The story conveys a powerful moral message about the transformative power of repentance and the value of even the smallest acts of kindness. Tolstoy illustrates that no matter how sinful a life may have been, it is never too late to seek redemption. The man's single act of giving a turnip, a seemingly insignificant gesture, becomes the key to his salvation, demonstrating the profound spiritual weight of even minor good deeds when remembered and cherished. At the same time, the story underscores the boundless mercy of the divine, which surpasses human justice and rewards sincerity and humility over perfection. Religious and philosophical themes run deeply through the narrative, including the nature of divine forgiveness, the power of true repentance, and the relationship between justice and mercy. The story highlights the idea that redemption is accessible to anyone, regardless of how far they have strayed, provided they turn toward good with a genuine heart. It also stresses the value of small, often overlooked acts of kindness, reminding readers that even the simplest gestures can carry eternal significance. Tolstoy's intended lesson is clear. God's mercy is greater than human sin, and salvation is not beyond reach for anyone who sincerely repents and recalls even the smallest moments of goodness in their lives. Story 18. The Empty Drum. The story tells of two brothers who inherit their father's property but take drastically different paths in life due to their contrasting characters. The older brother, Ivan, is greedy, selfish, and cruel, prioritizing wealth and material gain above all else. In contrast, the younger brother, Martin, is kind-hearted and generous, sharing what little he has with those in need. Over time, Ivan becomes wealthy but remains deeply unhappy and miserable, while Martin, despite giving away most of his possessions, lives a joyful and contented life. One day, Martin hears a mysterious drumbeat coming from a mountain and decides to investigate. There, he encounters magical beings who, recognizing his kind and selfless nature, reward him with gifts that bring him even more happiness and peace. When Ivan hears of his brother's good fortune, he greedily sets out to replicate Martin's success. However, his deceitful and selfish intentions are quickly exposed, and instead of being rewarded, he is punished by the magical beings. The story ends with Martin continuing to live a happy and fulfilled life, while Ivan's greed leaves him in misery. The story conveys a powerful moral message about the stark contrast between generosity and greed. Tolstoy demonstrates that true happiness is found not in the accumulation of material wealth, but in acts of kindness and selflessness. Martin's story highlights the spiritual and emotional rewards of authentic goodness, while Ivan's downfall illustrates the self-defeating and destructive nature of greed. The narrative shows that generosity and kindness often bring unexpected rewards, while deceit and selfishness lead to ruin. The story also explores significant religious and philosophical themes, such as the spiritual value of generosity, the natural justice that rewards goodness and punishes greed, and the relationship between character and destiny. Through Martin's example, Tolstoy emphasizes that true wealth lies in the happiness and peace that come from living a life of kindness and generosity. Ivan's punishment serves as a cautionary tale, showing that greed and deception not only fail to bring lasting fulfillment, but ultimately result in misery. Tolstoy's lesson is clear. Authentic goodness and generosity lead to a life of true wealth and joy, while greed and selfishness are empty pursuits that bring only suffering. Story 19. The Coffee House of Surat. The Coffee House of Surat is a philosophical tale by Leo Tolstoy that unfolds as a conversation in a bustling coffee house in the Indian city of Surat. The story begins with a diverse group of travelers from various parts of the world who have gathered in the coffee house, each representing a different religion, culture, and perspective on life. Among them are a Christian, a Muslim, a Hindu, a Jew, a Parsi, and a Confucianist. As they sit together, their conversation turns to a heated debate about which religion is the true one and which path leads to salvation. Each man passionately defends his faith, claiming it to be the only legitimate way to God. The Muslim speaks of the wisdom of the Quran and the teachings of Muhammad, while the Christian insists on the divinity of Christ and the truth of the Bible. The Hindu extols the ancient scriptures of India and the path of enlightenment, while the Confucianist emphasizes moral philosophy and harmony. The Jew speaks of the Torah and the covenant between God and his chosen people, and the Parsi praises the teachings of Zoroaster and the battle between good and evil. As their debate escalates, they become more entrenched in their viewpoints, each man growing more certain that he alone possesses the ultimate truth. Their arguments grow louder, and the atmosphere in the coffee house becomes tense. Suddenly, a wise old man who has been quietly listening to their conversation interrupts them. He tells them a parable of blind men and an elephant. In the parable, a group of blind men come across an elephant for the first time. Each blind man touches a different part of the elephant and describes what he feels. One touches the trunk and says the elephant is like a snake. Another feels the leg and says it is like a tree. A third touches the ear and claims it is like a fan, while another, feeling the tail, insists it is like a rope. Each man is convinced of his own perception, yet none of them can see the entire elephant. The wise man explains that their arguments are like those of the blind men. They are each grasping only a part of the truth, but none can see the whole. The travelers fall silent, reflecting on the wisdom of the old man's words. They realize that their heated arguments have stemmed from pride and the inability to recognize the validity of other perspectives. The wise man reminds them that God, like the elephant, is beyond complete human understanding, and no single religion can claim to encompass the entirety of divine truth. He urges them to seek humility and to respect the paths of others, for all religions are attempts to approach the same ultimate reality. As the story ends, the travelers leave the coffee house, their hearts softened, and their minds opened to the idea that truth is vast and multifaceted, and that it is only through mutual respect and understanding that people can hope to grasp even a glimpse of the divine. Tolstoy's The Coffee House of Surat carries a profound moral about the dangers of religious dogmatism and the importance of tolerance. The story suggests that no single religion has a monopoly on truth, and that all faiths, despite their differences, are united in their search for meaning and connection to the divine. The theme of the story revolves around unity, humility, and the limitations of human perception. Tolstoy challenges readers to rise above sectarianism and to embrace the idea that truth is infinite and cannot be fully captured by any one belief system. The coffee house, with its diverse patrons and their lively debate, serves as a microcosm of the world, highlighting both the richness of human culture and the discord that arises from rigid exclusivity. The parable of the blind men and the elephant is a masterstroke, encapsulating the essence of the story in a simple but profound metaphor that resonates across time and cultures. In The Coffee House of Surat, Tolstoy invites readers to reflect on their own beliefs and to approach others with empathy and respect, reminding us that the search for truth is a shared human endeavor, not a competition. Story 20. Two Deer. Two Deer is a satirical tale by Leo Tolstoy that humorously critiques the absurdities of bureaucracy, the cost of justice, and the value of human life. The story is set in a small, peaceful European principality that prides itself on its simplicity and efficiency. The principality is so tiny that it hardly has any crime, its treasury is modest, and its government minimal. The ruler, a good-hearted prince, oversees everything with a light touch, and life runs smoothly. One day, however, something extraordinary happens. A man commits murder. This is an unprecedented event in the principality, and the authorities are thrown into disarray about how to handle it. The murderer is quickly apprehended, and there is no doubt about his guilt. But this leads to a larger problem. What should they do with him? The principality, being small and peaceful, has no facilities for dealing with serious crimes. It has no prison, no executioner, and no experience with capital punishment. The prince and his ministers decide that justice must be served, but they are unsure how to proceed. They first consider hiring an executioner from a neighboring country. However, when they calculate the costs of bringing in an executioner, setting up the equipment, and carrying out the execution, they find it to be outrageously expensive. The expense is so great that it exceeds their small treasury's capacity. The prince, wanting to save money, decides that it would be cheaper to sentence the man to life imprisonment instead. But this decision leads to another problem. The principality doesn't have a prison. Constructing a prison and hiring guards would also be prohibitively expensive. To solve this, they decide to rent a small house where the murderer can be kept under guard. A guard is hired to watch over him, and the man is given food and basic provisions. At first, this seems like a reasonable solution, but as the years go by, the costs of maintaining the prisoner begin to add up. The man lives comfortably in his rented house, doing nothing while the principality continues to spend money on his upkeep. The prince and his ministers, increasingly frustrated by the growing expenses, begin to regret their decision. Finally, in desperation, the prince decides to take an unconventional approach. He summons the prisoner and offers him a deal. If the man agrees to leave the principality and never return, he will be set free. The man, who has grown accustomed to his comfortable life at the government's expense, initially refuses. However, when the authorities make it clear that they are serious and will no longer support him, he reluctantly agrees. The principality gives him a small sum of money as travel expenses, and the man leaves, disappearing into the world. The principality, relieved to be rid of him, returns to its peaceful and frugal way of life. Tolstoy's Two Deer is a sharp and witty commentary on the inefficiencies and absurdities of government systems, particularly when they prioritize procedures and costs over common sense. The story highlights the ways in which bureaucracy can become entangled in its own rules, leading to decisions that are both impractical and wasteful. At the same time, the story raises deeper questions about justice, mercy, and the value of human life. The theme revolves around the tension between morality and pragmatism, as well as the often ridiculous lengths to which governments go to maintain order and control. Through the humor and irony of the tale, Tolstoy critiques the idea that justice should be determined solely by systems and costs, suggesting instead that human compassion and practicality should play a greater role. In Too Dear, Tolstoy masterfully blends satire with moral insight, creating a story that is both entertaining and thought-provoking, inviting readers to reflect on the absurdities of modern institutions and the true meaning of justice. Story 21. Esarhaddon, King of Assyria. Esarhaddon, King of Assyria, is a short allegorical tale by Leo Tolstoy that explores themes of power, repentance, and the transformative potential of mercy and humility. The story is set in ancient Assyria and centers on Esarhaddon, a mighty and feared king who rules with absolute authority. Esarhaddon is a man of great pride and ambition, driven by a desire to expand his empire and assert his dominance over all peoples. One day he sets out on a campaign to conquer a neighboring kingdom, leading his vast army to destroy the land and enslave its people. His soldiers burn villages, kill without remorse, and carry off the spoils of war in triumph. Esarhaddon revels in his power, convinced that his might is unassailable and his reign divinely ordained. As Esarhaddon's army marches through the conquered territory, they come across a ruined village where the destruction is complete. Amid the smoldering ruins, Esarhaddon notices an old man sitting quietly on the ground, surrounded by the bodies of his family. The man has lost everything: his home, his loved ones, and his livelihood. Yet, instead of cursing or lamenting, the old man sits in silent grief. Intrigued and somewhat unnerved by the man's calm demeanor, Esarhaddon orders his soldiers to bring the man to him. When the old man is brought before the king, Esarhaddon, in his arrogance, mocks the man and asks why he does not bow down or plead for mercy. The old man looks directly at the king and with quiet dignity tells him that he has nothing left to fear. He explains that no matter how powerful Esarhaddon may be, the king too will one day face death and judgment, just as every man must. The old man's words strike a chord in Esarhaddon, and for the first time he feels a pang of doubt about the righteousness of his actions. That night, Esarhaddon has a vivid and terrifying dream. In the dream, he stands before the throne of God, who accuses him of his crimes, the slaughter of innocents, the destruction of lives, and his unbridled pride. God tells Esarhaddon that his power on earth is meaningless in the face of divine justice, and that he will be judged for his deeds. Esarhaddon pleads for mercy, but his cries go unanswered, and he awakens in a cold sweat, shaken to his core. The dream leaves him deeply troubled, and he begins to question the path he has taken as a ruler. The next day, Esarhaddon orders his army to halt its campaign. He gathers his generals and declares that he will no longer wage war for conquest or glory. Instead, he decides to return to his capital and dedicate his reign to acts of justice and mercy. His soldiers and advisors are stunned by this sudden change, but Esarhaddon is resolute. He visits the old man once more and apologizes for the suffering he has caused. Though the old man does not forgive him outright, his quiet acceptance of Esarhaddon's repentance serves as a small measure of solace to the king. The story ends with Esarhaddon returning to his kingdom a changed man. He begins to rule with kindness and fairness, seeking to undo some of the harm he has caused. However, the memory of his dream and the old man's words remain with him, serving as a constant reminder of the weight of his past actions and the judgment he will one day face. While Esarhaddon cannot undo the suffering he has caused, his transformation suggests that even the most prideful and cruel among us can find redemption through humility and a sincere desire to change. Tolstoy's Esarhaddon, King of Assyria, is a profound meditation on the corrupting influence of power and the possibility of repentance. The story's moral lies in the idea that no one, no matter how powerful, is beyond the reach of divine justice or the need for humility. Tolstoy contrasts the fleeting nature of earthly power with the eternal consequences of one's actions, emphasizing that true greatness lies not in conquest, but in the ability to recognize one's mistakes and seek to make amends. The theme of the story revolves around the tension between pride and humility, justice and mercy, and the transformative power of self-reflection and repentance. Through Esarhaddon's journey, Tolstoy invites readers to consider the weight of their own actions and the importance of living a life guided by compassion and a sense of accountability to a higher moral order. The allegorical nature of the tale, with its vivid imagery and moral clarity, makes it both timeless and universal, resonating with readers across cultures and eras. Story 22. Work, Death, and Sickness. The story is a parable that explains why God introduced work, death, and sickness into human life. In the beginning, people lived free from hardship, but this ease led to pride, cruelty, and a lack of compassion. To counter this moral decay, God introduced work to foster interdependence among people, ensuring they would rely on one another and build community. Death was introduced to remind humanity of their mortality and inherent equality, curbing their pride and self-importance. Sickness was sent to teach people compassion and care by forcing them to confront vulnerability and rely on the kindness of others. Through these challenges, humanity began to develop morally, spiritually, and emotionally, transforming their relationships with one another. The story conveys a profound moral message that what humans often perceive as hardships, work, death, and sickness, are in fact divine tools for spiritual growth and unity. Tolstoy illustrates that suffering is not a punishment, but a means to an end, designed to teach humility, compassion, and the value of human connection. The introduction of work encourages cooperation and dependency. Death reminds people of their shared mortality, and sickness fosters empathy and care. Together, these challenges serve as blessings in disguise, forging deeper bonds between individuals and helping humanity grow in kindness and moral character. Religious and philosophical themes permeate the story, including the wisdom of divine providence, the purpose of suffering, and the necessity of human interdependence. Tolstoy emphasizes that pride and self-sufficiency lead to moral corruption, while shared hardships encourage humility, equality, and compassion. The narrative explores the idea that life's difficulties are not random or meaningless, but are instead essential for developing a sense of unity and shared humanity. Through this parable, Tolstoy offers a profound lesson. The struggles we face in life, work, death, and sickness, are divine gifts meant to help us grow morally and spiritually. They teach us that true human fulfillment comes not from ease and independence, but from connection, care, and the shared experience of overcoming life's challenges together. Far from being curses, these hardships are blessings that encourage unity, compassion, and the development of a richer, more meaningful life. Story 23. Three Questions. Three Questions is one of Tolstoy's most profound and allegorical tales, offering a simple, yet deeply philosophical exploration of life's meaning and the essence of wisdom. The story begins with a king who is preoccupied with the idea of how to rule wisely and ensure success in all his endeavors. He believes that if he could only find the answers to three questions, he would never fail in anything he undertakes. The three questions are: what is the right time to act? Who are the most important people to engage with? And what is the most important thing to do? Convinced that these answers hold the key to an enlightened and effective life, the king announces a reward for anyone who can answer his questions. The king is soon visited by scholars, priests, and wise men from across the land, each offering their own interpretations. Some argue that the right time to act depends on careful planning. Others say it requires foreknowledge of future events, and still others insist it depends on the urgency of the moment. Similarly, there is disagreement over who the most important people are. Some say it is the king's counselors, others suggest priests or warriors, and still others claim it is the people themselves. As for the most important thing to do, the answers vary widely, from pursuing wisdom to strengthening the kingdom or following divine law. None of these answers satisfies the king, who finds them too abstract, contradictory, or impractical. Frustrated, he decides to seek the advice of a hermit, renowned for his wisdom and simplicity, who lives in the wilderness. The king travels alone to the hermit's remote hut, leaving behind his guards and royal entourage to show humility. The hermit, an old man frail with age, is busy digging in his garden when the king arrives. The king asks his three questions, but the hermit does not reply. Instead, he continues digging, laboring visibly under the strain of his task. Seeing this, the king offers to help and begins digging the soil on the hermit's behalf. Hours pass, and the king grows tired, but the hermit still does not answer. As evening falls, the king repeats his questions, but before the hermit can respond, a wounded man stumbles into the clearing, bleeding heavily from a stomach wound. The king immediately springs into action, tending to the man's injuries and bandaging his wound. He stays with the man through the night, ensuring he is cared for and comfortable. By morning, the wounded man has recovered enough to speak. To the king's surprise, the man confesses that he is an enemy who had planned to assassinate the king, but was wounded by the king's guards while lying in wait. Now, having been saved by the king, the man is filled with gratitude and pledges his loyalty to him. After the man leaves, the king again asks the hermit for answers to his 3 questions. This time the hermit smiles and explains that the king has already received the answers, though he does not yet realize it. The hermit explains, "The most important time to act is always now, because the present moment is the only time we truly have control over. The most important person is the one you are with at any given moment, because human relationships and interactions are what truly matter. And the most important thing to do is to do good for the person you are with, because acts of kindness and service are the ultimate purpose of life." The king, struck by the simplicity and wisdom of the hermit's words, understands that his obsession with abstract answers had blinded him to the truth that wisdom is found in action, compassion, and presence. Tolstoy's 3 Questions is a masterful parable that conveys profound truths about how to live a meaningful and fulfilling life. The moral of the story is that wisdom is not found in intellectual debates or future planning, but in being fully present, prioritizing the people around us, and acting with kindness and purpose in the moment. The theme revolves around the interconnectedness of time, relationships, and moral action, emphasizing that the key to a good life lies in simplicity and mindfulness. Tolstoy challenges readers to reconsider their priorities, urging them to focus less on abstract goals and more on the opportunities for goodness and connection that exist in the here and now. Through its elegant storytelling and universal message, 3 Questions resonates across cultures and generations, reminding us that the answers to life's biggest questions are often right in front of us, waiting to be discovered through humility, service, and love. Conclusion. Tolstoy's short stories provide profound insights into the nature of human existence and moral values, exploring themes such as human nature, the value of time, and the journey of self-discovery. He portrays human nature as a duality, encompassing both selfishness and altruism. While individuals often act in their own self-interest, they also possess a natural instinct to understand and help others. This complexity reflects the richness of life and conveys the message that true happiness is found in meaningful relationships with others. Another central theme in Tolstoy's stories is the value of time. He emphasizes the fleeting nature of life and the importance of living each moment with purpose. Through his characters and narratives, Tolstoy shows that the meaning of life is not rooted in material possessions or social status, but in the acts of loving, learning, and growing. His stories challenge readers to reflect on how they spend their time and to focus on what truly matters. Self-discovery and personal growth are also recurring themes in Tolstoy's work. Many of his characters face internal struggles that ultimately lead to moments of profound realization and transformation. These journeys of self-reflection remind readers of the importance of looking inward, understanding their true selves, and striving for personal growth. Overall, Tolstoy's short stories delve into the complexity of human existence, emphasizing the importance of moral choices and the pursuit of meaningful relationships. They teach that true happiness and the essence of life are found not in external achievements, but in how we connect with others, use our time, and grow as individuals. Through his timeless narratives, Tolstoy offers readers a guide to living a fulfilling and morally grounded life,